It is live. I am live coming to you from my front porch. How was your day? Mr. Kane says it's not horrendous. What is good? What is good with all of you? Greetings to you as well. Adrix Zero from Jamaica. Yet another travel destination I'd like to one day partake in. Genuinely thought you lived in an apartment. That would make things a lot easier. Used to, uh, little more than a while ago, but um, way less headaches living in an apartment. What is up to you, Bubble Man, and what is up to you, Zach? 16. Do you believe LeBron made his decision when he did to avoid going to a team playing on Christmas Day because Adam Silver is a hater? Uh, Team playing on Christmas Day. Nah, he just genuinely he he just wasn't in a need to rush. I should move it. I'm also watering the lawn and stuff, but he just didn't feel a need to rush and make a decision. When you really think about it, like I wish I had really thought about it. Philadelphia makes really the most sense. If you, I mean, the biggest risk in Philadelphia isn't as bad, I'd say, as the risk that would be going to Golden State, going to Miami. Miami doesn't even really have a team right now outside of just Giannis and Bam. Cleveland, solid team, but again, I don't think he wanted to play with James Harden. And there's just not that. You look at the Cavs; they aren't that surefire contender. And I had saw that he had kind of made up his mind where he wanted to go, at least going to Cleveland. I mean, going to Philadelphia when Jaylen Brown signed. So that deck looked mighty stacked. And he says, "Don't mind if I do. You look taller live." I'm basically just average height, 5'10". Average height. I think in North America, at least, it's like 5'9". So about the same. I would have liked to have been even 6 feet. There was never a part of me except the time that I really wanted to, or I thought I'd be a basketball player when I was little, because everybody thinks that. I watched Space Jam and loved it. So I was like, I want to be a basketball. That was the only time in my life I ever wanted to be anything over 6 feet. But primarily even 6 feet, just because that's perfect height for a leading man. I want to be an actor. I didn't eat enough of my vegetables, I guess, apparently. So that didn't come to pass. Such that VJ Edgecombe won't get unleashed with LeBron there. Yeah, the timeline for his development has now. He's he. I mean, he can learn more, but making mistakes, getting having room for error, that's just shrunk considerably now. So you can stunt a player's growth like that. Corrupted Mind says, sorry, Commish, but I can't stand your Pistons in Chicago semi-team. Hopefully we'll get a chip before y'all do. It don't look like we go as... So there's a whole lot of nothing going on here. I wanted to make a video today, but then I have about 5 videos that are on private, one of which got blocked that I wanted to upload the day LeBron made this decision. A few hours for that happened. I'm glad it didn't, because it had nothing to do with anything basketball really, and it just would have been eaten up by the news. But I'll try to re-upload that again, as I had difficulties with it. But yeah, it don't look like Pistons. I saw ESPN talked about us, and they talked about us not doing anything. Of course, that's the only time we get talked about if it's negative. Oh, thank you very much, Eos Beast again. Oh yeah, you've been very generous in the past. Thank you again. You see, EDP is getting interviewed by a guy named Mike Plum. There's a trailer it's just such more bull, more nonsense, more buffoonery. I don't know why. Who would want to watch that? I have no plans on looking at that. You already know the whole story. You know what it is. Like, imagine caring enough to want to sit through to watch that. What more is there to know? And then why don't give that man any more attention? What games you've been playing lately? Mainly just Civilization, and I have been playing Black Ops 2. I've gotten that through game sharing with one of my best friends, but I haven't really been playing that too much. I don't play games too much in general outside of Civ 6. I just can't relax long enough to play a game anymore. While I'm playing, I'm thinking I could be doing something productive. I could be doing whatever. I just can't make my mind at ease to enjoy it. Civilization, though, is the game I most play, because I play it while I edit. And it's soothing, it's relaxing, helps me focus. Black Ops 2, that's a classic, yeah. Yeah, because they brought it back. It's on current gen systems again. That they ported it. The port is extremely lazy, and they're charging a lot of money for it. If I wasn't game sharing, I wouldn't buy it on principle but that's where a lot of my now best friends, where we all had some of the same games. We didn't all meet there. We met on a Transformers game called Revenge of the Fallen on PS3. Infinite, your videos are phenomenal, bro. Well, thank you so much. There's so much more in store. There's so much. If you guys knew I've really only done 2 goofy videos, but there's so very much more in store. Oh wow, thank you. Enduro Doug. Excuse my incompetent mouth from saying your name properly. Commish, really fuck with the creativity and want to support you. I think you're extremely bright. Thank you. That means so much. I think you are extremely generous and nice to tune in and give anything of yourself. Appreciate you very much. And the whole messing up people's names left and right. Thank you as well. Been a long time coming. Best and funniest NBA content on media. Keep them coming, Commish. Ever visit Chicago, drinks on me. Oh, thank you. I would love to do that. My number one top travel destination in terms of just going overseas is Japan. Always wanted to. I've been enamored with going to Japan since I was walking around or playing with Fisher Price toys. That's my number one place. Number two is probably Germany. Number three, maybe, uh, uh, maybe Paris, France. Japan's number one. But in terms of mainland United States, my grandmother always wanted to go to San Francisco. So I do want to go to see them slanted streets. Um, some other places too. I say Chicago is also there. Which city in Germany? I'll just be basic and say go to the capital. So Berlin, or go to Frankfurt, or any number of places. So I want to see the Brandenburg Gate. Ever thought of visiting the mother? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's that. I just wouldn't know exactly where in Africa to go, but that's in my top five as well. It'd be difficult to make a decision. Would you rather have Cade over Brunson? Uh, Cade really fits this team, so even though that man Brunson, that Brunson is something. I'm still really happy with us having Cade. I should move this sprinklers hitting the sidewalk too much. How much do I gotta donate for you to get a taper? Ha! See, one of the reasons I just can't bring myself to care enough for the if I was the social type, or if I was extracurricular, going out somewhere every single day, mingling with people, I would have hair done. But outside of just going to get groceries, or like going to, like, when I'm going to work and stuff, like it's like, who am I doing this for? I mean, you'd want to, ideally, of course, you'd like to do it for you, but then it's like, okay, hair and some other things that just matches my overall mood. It's not too much, very little really to be happy and excited for. Norway would be amazing. Oh yeah, Norway, that's something. Iceland as well. Iceland, I think they have one of the most difficult languages to learn, Icelandic. Stuff up there. I mean, if it meant running away from this heat, yeah, I would stay in Norway or stay somewhere. I can't deal with this heat. It just randomly got hot in the past 2 days and it went up to 90. Disgusting. Just makes me sick. Over here sweating in my sleep. I can't, like this. I already sleep terribly. And then just waking up in a pool. It's terrible. Hate it. Doja Cat, man, do it for Doja. I mean, oh yeah, if it was walking around, the Doja was around. Oh yeah, of course. By the way, expect something related to her to upload soon. YouTube wouldn't let me when I wanted to, but I found a workaround. I'll be making more hip hop videos, primarily hip hop, some music related videos, as well as the goofing off and all that I've barely done. Who do you think will win in the next season? Every past season now, I've always picked the ones who won the championship and have been wrong every single time. East, the Knicks just look really too powerful. I mean, ideally, you'd also, there's no way you can't consider the 76ers, but Embiid is going to be the huge factor in that. So right now, I mean, if you just being, this isn't a hot take or any educated take, really. I just say 76ers or Knicks, but I'd still give nod to the Knicks. Does she know you are a fan? Of course not. One day, though, one day, it's Aries Spears, your dad. A lot of people, they keep saying, they be like, oh, you remind me of Aries Spears. No, he is not. Somewhat of I see somewhat the resemblance. Planning any collabs soon. My schedule is so garbage. I don't know, and I don't really know anybody. There was one YouTuber that I was making some stuff for, and he was a big YouTuber, but he's abandoned his channel and has gone to do some AI related shenanigans. I had scripts and all this stuff where he was going to make a series, a cartoon series. He was going to pay some animators to do it. I wrote it, wrote the script, did all that. I winds up not going anywhere. He at least paid me for my time, so thank you to him. But I mean, but that's what you're supposed to do anyway. As Silent G, I saw what you said up there about that unnamed individual. She ain't even with him no more. But that's strike one for you automatically, bringing up that unmentionable in the same sentence as Doja. We ain't got to talk about him. We don't refer to him. He the first one I want to see die in Doomsday that comes out. I need him gone. I need him put out, doused. I think there's way too much toxicity, beef, ego, and 76ers from them to advance. I mean, the majority of that would be what? Possibly between LeBron and Jaylen Brown, but they squashed that. Even though LeBron shouldn't have had to. I mean, I'll be looking at LeBron strange, like, what are you mad at me for telling the truth? It's not like he disrespected. It's not like he said Bronny is trash, garbage, or any of that stuff. He just says, I don't think he's ready for them. Well, you gonna be mad at me for making a sound observation? But he got over that. What you got against him? I don't even want to say it. I don't feel the need to bring it up. You can ask Silent G, since he feels the need to. He wants to tread upon what doesn't need to be mentioned. I don't see why Brown felt the need to comment on a second round pick. Yeah, if he said that in a media setting and he just said that unprompted, like he pulled a Noah Lyles in the middle of a press conference and just had this, oh yeah, Bronny, I don't think he's an NBA, but he's talking to people he's seeing a game with. People just read his mouth. That's not really fair. Because you can say that about any celebrity because everyone's constantly looking at you. See, average people, they don't realize how much paranoia it must be in the being a public figure. Can't do nothing. Imagine someone trying to pick their nose or do something. You can't do that. And somebody's always watching, reading your mouth. So I don't fault him for that. The hell is that? This is loud people for no reason. You root for the Detroit Lions as well. They're on timeout. They disappointed me. The Pistons are on timeout too. I'm angry at them both in different ways. I'd say I'm somewhat angrier at the Lions because the Lions we were talked about as contenders. Pistons weren't contenders. We made a remarkable turnaround, but people weren't looking at us being like, "Oh yeah, they're going to the finals." Lions past couple seasons finals, and we threw it all away. We were 30 minutes away from the Super Bowl and then couldn't capitalize, like just incompetence. Thoughts on Jalen not signing with Pistons yet? I mean, I'm somewhat done with him too. It's clear that he don't want to be here. I'm gonna make a video. Probably won't be too long, but I'll make one on him because what he's asking for and what he expects is so out of touch from what's reasonable. He's being extremely unreasonable, disagreeable, insubordinate, and his expectations aren't in line with the team's expectations of what you do. You can't produce utter fodder and expect me to give you the boatload for what? I'd put my head down and do better. And now there's what, five, six players signed with Clutch on Philly. What's going to happen when there's any friction? Clutch players likely automatically siding with the. Yeah, that whole Clutch situation, I don't like the way that goes down. I know for a fact, and everybody in here, you pay attention marginally, you can see what Clutch Sports does is a form of tampering, what they do and what they get away with. But nobody holds anyone to rules and penalizes people for any of this stuff. They just do it. Like that stuff that went on when Anthony Davis went to the Lakers, that was tampering. Anybody get in trouble for that? Nope. I got a video I'll be making on tampering too, but it'll just be comedic. It'll be a skit. It'll be a not exactly long form. It'll be a couple minutes long, but I have to do that. Hello there to you, Blood. How are you doing? Have you checked the news? Draymond signed a 2 year. Don't even we don't even joke like that in this room. There's no way people would have been spamming the hell out of me right now if that happened. I think they just re-signed. He re-signed with the Warriors. That's all they've done. Pitiful. I'd be kicking something, screaming, and throwing something right now if that actually happened. I don't want him here. Get rid of one mule to get another one. You mean redacted? His name is banned on this channel. I started saying it a few months ago. He gets to the point of no. Well, he's already at the point of no return to me. But he says something again that boils my blood cells. Then I'll redact his name again. He should just stay permanently redacted. But anyways, I started blasting. Haha. Oh shit, I caught the mythical stream. Yes, mythical indeed. I try to do these more often, but like power problems and all that persist. I'm using my phone to do it now. Pistons, yeah, I'm not expecting anything crazy out of Pistons, but I only hope we have another surprise season in the bag. We just haven't done anything. We haven't. And a bunch of the people here is like they're getting stronger, really, or they're making big moves, and we haven't done anything, and we've lost some people. Being a number one seed, and some of the people responsible for us getting as far as we did in the playoffs are no longer on the team anymore. Tobias Harris. Who'd have thought I'd miss Tobias Harris? Bring back Jaden Ivey. I don't even think he in the. I don't think he won't even be in the league anymore. He's just gone fully into being a pastor or something. Do you ever feel like maybe Draymond is misunderstood? My hatred for him is misunderstood, if anything. I honestly don't hate on him enough. There's nothing about him that could ever be. I don't even think he he doesn't know how unpleasant he is. And anytime someone tries to tell him, it's just it doesn't even go in one ear. It just never reaches him. He doesn't see any wrongdoing. Could not stand him. Just as a personality, I just don't like him. I don't know how somebody could be friends with him. Okay, Kamish, me boy. How would you feel if Mule Jordan pitched? Absolutely not. I just said that earlier. I may have to pack my bags permanently and leave. There's nothing here for me anymore. Where are the lights? The lights come on, or street light comes on by now. Where is it at? It's getting dark. Oh yeah, I used to call them that. It wasn't my intent. It's been a while. So many different names and stuff I forget. It's like I say them and then as some time goes by and then I forget that I even said it. Stormy, hello to you. Welcome to a currently dark stream until these street lights come on. What do you think of the Pacers next season? Yeah, Pacers, they give me the feeling that they'll almost certainly somewhat pick up where they left off. They'll it's just like a sleeper type team, if anything, or almost like another Miami Heat, where not too many people are thinking about them during the course of the regular season, and they're kind of middling in the pack, and then they just do what they do in the playoffs. Still, such a shame how they went out in a game 7 and Halliburton, but Halliburton looks like he's been recovering greatly. Oh, knock water over. Who signs Westbrook? Oh yeah, that's something else I wanted to talk about because nobody's offering anything to Westbrook. Nobody's looking his way. There was a report that somebody had said to a coach, I can't remember what team, but that team was kind of thinking of bringing him on, and then that person said, some exec or somebody in having to do with the NBA was like, nah, he's too difficult to coach and work with. His style of play isn't conducive to winning, so they passed on him. It's difficult really thinking about him because he gives you so much of himself, but the way he does it, it can just be such high risk, high reward. Best off season since 2019. This is probably the best off season I've seen in almost ever. Highly crazy off season. Oh, and thank you, Henry Hobbs, for becoming a member, an executive. Who do you think will be better out of the Jazz and Wizards? The Wizards, most definitely. How many players over 33 and 5 years will be starters? Over 33 and 5 years will be starters. Probably a good amount. Because I think what was once considered to be a fossil 10 years ago or a little bit more than that is now not so much so. I say 35 is the new 30 almost. NBA standards, just due to these athletes keeping themselves in a certain shape that they're in, or at least the top superstars, medicine, nutrition, and all that increasing. So used to be like back then, you turn like 30 or something. Then it's people now be like, okay, maybe you got another year or two, and that's it. You just dip. Now you see like you see like players steadily stabilized through that time. So you look at Durant, you look at Curry, and especially LeBron set new standards for longevity. Where are these lights? This has got to be LeBron's last. And he did a 2 year, and he has a player option for that last one. I think. Wait, when would Bryce be eligible to be drafted? Is that not this season, but next season? He gonna end up playing with both his sons at this rate, and Bryce to be better than Bronny. I think. That's what some people say. Look at that, man. I might have to just go inside. They taking all day with these lights. Oh, well, somebody said light a candle. Here, this grandma got these things here. I'll just keep this nearby. You're gonna get sentenced to the shed. Ah, there it is. See, they're here, almost on time. Got a Minecraft camp. Haven't played that in a while. Played with friends some time ago. Another soothing game. Minecraft, very soothing thing to play and enjoy. How is your grandma? She's doing better. She just went to the store. She should be back um, soonish, like that. But we just came back from the store anyway. But she had to go somewhere to get some more related things, items that we had forgotten. That Minecraft music be hitting. Yes, yes, it does. That Minecraft music is extremely. That's some. Imagine if he was a first round pick. Uh, I think now we've reached the point of the season that it's kind of it's like most of the big moves happen, and now you'll see some filling out of certain teams. It's probably be like one medium sized move, but the mountains have already moved. Now it's just waiting for the dust to settle. So then we get some quiet. I wanted to make a video about, but I didn't even know what was happening to make a video about it. I wanted to talk about that WNBA All Star game. I didn't even watch it in real time when it had happened, but I just saw some clips here and there. Then I looked at some highlights. You know, it's just not good if in the All Star game, and using the NBA as an example, where nobody's really trying or doing anything. It's just a glorified dunk contest, 3-point contest, and y'all can't make those in there either. It's damn near open gym, and y'all missing all these shots. Just not good. Just not a good product. It's too dark. Go somewhere, turn this light on. So many more people have come available, and you have working families that are coming available, registering to vote and getting involved. The politics being on our side is not enough. All right, wait. Hold on. Listen, okay. Better light. I am in a room you have never seen me in before. It's a lot of little brothers, or like his clothes and stuff. When we get him, he's not here yet. He comes back tomorrow. Did you see Spider-Man? Oh yeah, in relation to him, I got tickets with him to see it tomorrow, and that's all he's been talking about. I'm probably one of the few people that I'm just not hyped for Spider-Man. It's just kind of whatever. I see it to see it, but if it weren't for him asking, then I'd just be like, yeah, eventually see it. Like when it goes on Disney Plus and stuff. Because I don't know, I was more excited to see Doomsday, but Doomsday's trailer made me a little less excited because the trailer wasn't very good. They had a second trailer that they should have shown off in the as the first trailer, but that first trailer was just not. It was lukewarm, really. There were some things in there I liked, but it wasn't a in your face, hard hitting, attention grabbing trailer like that. Like the second trailer, somebody filmed it at the Comic-Con thing. The second trailer is what they should have went with, because Thor had said he's fighting Doom, and he says, you will beg for hell long before I've granted it. And Doom says, hell answers to me, for I am Doom. And you see why didn't y'all go with that? I don't get it. Yeah, leaked trailer was fire. Doom seemed like a menace. Yeah, he is. He's got Thor praying. That man ain't never prayed before any engagement. Doom doesn't even control hell in the comics. He just said that to Aura Farm. Exactly. He just said it because he's like, who are you to refute me? I do what I want to all of y'all. Y'all don't mean nothing to me. But we all know that whatever Doom does and how he does it is just a glorified Squirrel Girl upscale. Because in the comics, I think Squirrel Girl, and one of the versions of the comic, she beats him somehow. I forgot. So if you see her in Secret Wars, you could just start the clock on Doom. You'd be like, yeah, you on your way up out of here. No, I haven't seen the Odyssey, but I wanted to because I haven't had the means to do it. And then the time that I was planning to see it, stuff came up, and then just for the past 2 weeks and a week before that hasn't been good. This no week is ever really good. It's always something bad happening. But I'm gonna try somehow to see it. Maybe try this weekend. I don't know. I'm worried Sentry will be nerfed. Think about yeah. Think about how he was in the corner, barely visible in the trailer, and the posters barely showing him. Hopefully, they don't do him like the Hulk. And Marvel has never been good at writing strong characters or blocking them or doing anything like that. Relook at Endgame and look at all the heavy hitters there. Wanda flies off to a corner of the screen. You never see her again. She makes Thanos rain fire, and then That fight was over. Captain Marvel gets hit once, never gets back up. Doctor Strange playing with water. All the strong people, they have them doing dumb stuff just to make conflict happen. And of course, there's always the trope in anything, be it anime, movies, or shows. When a bad guy or a previously known bad guy joins the good side, he's weak or he's nerfed. He's not doing any of the stuff that he was doing when he was bad. So watch Sentry get, in a way to maybe put Doom over some more, watch Sentry just get one hit or something. So we never see the Black Panther again. Oh yeah, yeah. Since you brought up Black Panther, there's word on the street. What is that? Move out the way. Word on the street, because you did if you guys saw who they have as the new Black Panther, he plays T'Challa's son. And it's going to, that comes out maybe 2028 or something like that. Apparently, this is alleged, but this isn't, I don't know if this is true or not. There was a guy that was, as Damson Idris was supposed to be the Black Panther, or he was in talks to be one for 2 years straight, and then he just wasn't, and that's almost never happened in Marvel. Like Ryan Gosling, everybody was figuring that he would be Ghost Rider. He was always a fan favorite. Damson Idris was too, and then they just go to this other guy. They're saying that because he was dating Michael B. Jordan's ex, they Ryan Coogler's cool with Michael B. Jordan, and Michael B. Jordan was like, respectfully, I don't think that guy is who we need. I don't think that guy. I mean, he's good, but he's not great. You could do better. Now, if that's true, that's hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious if that's true. Hold on, just a moment. One moment, sorry.
Front door open.
Get it fixed anywhere you want at SafeLight.com.
So that's our pitch.
But if AI can't explain itself, who's liable when it's wrong?
Well, of course. The interesting thing about that is you've had less and less understanding of what's everyone has a different piece of puzzle.
I think what Michael's trying to say is
Can I have my phone back, please?
Do you even want this thing back? It's ancient. You know, Xfinity Mobile gives you phone upgrades every year. They also cover all your devices for life.
Do you like work for Xfinity?
Used to.
what if breaking your device wasn't the end of the world? Only Xfinity Mobile includes device protection for life and phone upgrades every year. Xfinity, imagine that.
Walking back in, turning on the light, washing hands, making sure hands are washed, still washing hands, lathering hands, drying hands, walking, picking up phone, walking upstairs, walking up the stairs, still walking, walking in the dark, turning on the light, sitting down. What do you think about Morgan Freeman? Oh yeah, Wonder Man got canceled. You know, Kevin Feige, he's starting to, you know, we some in the community, like they talking about him. They're like, you know, you cancel Wonder Man, Ironheart, delayed a bunch of times. You know, I can see why that was delayed. But then that just gets thrown away. Blade isn't happening. So there's a track record, a lot of black related projects and all that aren't going anywhere, or they're getting shafted. I don't know what to make of that. That other girl, Monica Rambeau, she may or may not appear or something, or like she only has some cameos. It's like nobody did. I don't know, Kevin Feige. People looking at you. How they couldn't get Blade right is ridiculous. Like you don't know how to do that? Blade was technically supposed to come out, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. And Kevin Feige just came out and essentially said, yeah, that ain't happening. That's over with. In the most PR way possible. And then some art directors associated with Blade said, yep, that's done. But then they said Kevin Feige's reasoning was he just didn't want them to just put the costume on him and just go out there. Wasn't good enough. So that's not good enough, but you put out that garbage, or not, I won't say it's garbage, but I'll just say lukewarm slop that was Quantumania, Thor Love and Blunder, and Multiverse of Sadness. That was good enough. But Blade, how bad could Blade have possibly have been? I don't get it. Yet, like Wesley Snipes had said, he said Wesley Snipes only Blade. Yeah, he said only go be one Blade. He was telling the truth. Are you gonna clap if Human Torch dies? Psst, I'll applaud. I'm gonna bring some streamers in the theater. I may even pop some fireworks. Yeah, yeah. I don't know who he think he is. There's no way he doesn't have some ego with that. Imagine being sought out by Doja. Imagine, like she just sees it. She makes tweets. She was trying to get at him. Who does he think he is? Damn near put him above Draymond on my hate list on principle. Hope he the first one to get killed in a more painful way than that Human Torch Chris Evans and Deadpool and Wolverine. What's your beef with Johnny? Because I can't even, I don't even want to say it out of my mouth. He how do I say it without saying it? Allegedly, perhaps, maybe, supposedly, he may have been in a sort of commune with Doja. That's as close to I'm gonna say what you could make up your mind that is, because I don't want to utter that. Talk about your Pistons imploding, not this beer. When I make these UP, like some of y'all don't even see them. I made a video about that. Where were you at? I get comments sometimes from people be like, why aren't you talking about this? Like, I did it 3 days ago. Where were you? And when I make it, sometimes people, just because it's Pistons related, because some of you are sick and you enjoy the suffering of the Pistons. So then you don't tune in unless they are losing or just on fire, set ablaze. But when we're doing good, where are you when that happens? I'm looking for it. I can't find you. Hello? Hello? Are you there? Nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. I talk about some other things that people's like, don't let this distract you from the fact that the Pistons, leave them alone. Leave us alone. Haven't we suffered enough? Haven't I suffered enough? I don't know what the hell I would have done if we had lost in that first round to the Magic. It's just no excuse. 7-game series, please. And then another 7 games. Like, God. Like how everyone was during the streak. There was nowhere for me to go. I commented on. I was looking at like a anime channel. There's somebody I'm sub to, and I commented. I was like, "Oh yeah, this is cool." Random 2 people say, "Huh, bro's trying to do anything to not think about his piss." I'm like, "Who? How did they find me? How are you here?" You can't script better nonsense than what that was. Made a video and everything talking great about them. Several videos claimed them. And look at what they went to go and do. It's like the work, but I don't even want to talk about Vietnam. I don't want to talk about bubonic plague anymore. We're done. We're off that. Never again. But somehow JB Bickerstaff doesn't get coach of the year either of those 2 seasons. And then they give it to they get what is his name? Missoula. Are you Missoula deserves it more than JB Bickerstaff? What do we have to do for JB Bickerstaff to get it? He's never going to get it now. There's no season he gets it. We had one of the biggest win turnarounds in NBA history. He doesn't get it. We become a number 1 seed. He doesn't get it. It's like, you just not go get it then. And yeah, then Cavs coach before, like Kenny Atkinson. But then one of the reasons they even gave it to him was because, I remember Cavs had that streak as well as them being the number 1 seed. I mean, we did the same thing, but do we get it? No. I don't like Missoula. Missoula, he's such a try-hard, stoic individual. It's like he goes out of his way to exude cynicism and this aloofness. I can't be bothered to care. It doesn't really matter, what do you feel about coach of the year? Is a dumber word. I don't like it. I don't need it. I don't need anything really. I don't need water. I don't need air. I can just spontaneously create my own existence. I can bud myself if necessary. I just think it's funny that Harden sent y'all home. I don't. Not at all. Yet again, a script that somebody from hell is writing. Does that make sense? Like that, to be set up that way, that's like multiple years. That's the amount of setup that had more setup than Thanos. I've been talking ill of that man for centuries on this channel, even though this channel ain't been around really since 2023 playoffs. And then he just slowly works his way to the East and eliminates us. Wow. God. You must have pissed somebody off badly in a past life. Apparently, I don't know what type of man I was in past life. I must have been some sort of dictator or something. Because this don't make no sense. Everything I say, the opposite happens. It's just fun and games 24/7. There's no fun to be had really with anything. 5th pick. How many times we get that 5th pick? Does that make sense to you guys in here? Like, does that compute with logic? To be statistically or close to statistically the worst team in the league year after year and a year and only get 5th pick? Does that make sense? No. And that damn Giannis too. I still got plenty. Other than the things I've been recently angry with him about, he whooping Pistons asses over and over again. I've had enough. way well past enough. We need to get him. Y'all remember when he was over here shimmying on was that Malik Beasley? I can't remember. Like, well, one of them was like his friends or something. But he just he shimmying over and over again, just 4 or 5 shimmies in a row. And I know most of those shimmies weren't just because they're kind of cool with each other, but even his friend was getting annoyed. But it was also those shimmies were for the Pistons. Had enough. Tired, had enough. At least y'all got Cade though, right? You didn't lose that one. Yeah, at least. At least. Finally. Because again, we haven't had like since Cade, Bob Lanier in the 70s. Bob Lanier. That is, but the Spurs, they can go and intentionally tank for 1 year and get Wembanyama. I see what you're doing. I know who you are, NBA. If I was the commissioner, though, and I'm looking at it from entertainment standpoint, I'm looking at the forest for the trees, really. No, I wouldn't want Wembanyama to be on the Pistons. It just makes more entertainment sense for him to be on the Spurs, a historic franchise, and he's got all these ties related to there. But it reeks of predestined planning. But I know they do these things. Like people, but what's anyone gonna really do about it? Same with the Cooper Flag thing. Chicanery, tomfoolery, buffoonery of the highest order. There's no way you trade a generational player and get another one back just like that. You think a man like Cooper Flag just happens to be traded to an organization that shoots themselves in the head and they get a new head? No, he orchestrated it. Adam. Do you think they still sign Duran? I don't want him here no more. He don't want to be here. He wants all that money, but seemingly forgets of what he didn't do to warrant that. That's not a player that you really like. No. So what? Give him the money and then hope he'll do a lot better. And mind you, this is like a contract year. This is a contractual year, and you see players' numbers dip, or not dip, rise, because they're trying, because they want that generational wealth. So in a generational wealth scenario, you shit the bed like that. That's kind of who you are. I didn't see any desperate hustle. I saw absent-mindedness. I saw obliviousness to the situation. Why would I give a max to someone who does that? Oh, he was getting outplayed by people on the bench. The center off the bench is better than you. He got taken out the fourth quarter. He was unplayable. Go away. No. You are funny as hell. But this situation is not funny at all. This is there's no jokes to be had here. Incompetence like this, of this level, needs to be squashed. What's going on? Pistons related complaining. Kate Chrismodinia said hi. Hello to you as well. I know I butchered your name probably. I agree, but age factors into that. Yeah, it's reasonable. But sometimes you just can't. I'm just not in the habit of rewarding bad behavior because it sets a dangerous precedent. And we've seen, and I've just got PTSD from Ben Simmons. Imagine you give Ben Simmons that after he goes and did, and again, they gave him that 20 million. I will never stop mentioning that. These bench Simmons apologists seem to excuse and forget that that man went on strike to get money that he didn't work for, that he just feels he's entitled to, that was part of his contract. But in the contract states you have to play games. So you don't play games, but you want the 20 million. And of course, they give it to him anyway. Stupid Players Association, Jellyfish Association, as usual. They're out of touch with what's common sense and what's logical. Yeah, and then the same. But what about his mental health and whatever? It's like your health can mental as much as you say in whatever, but that if you're truly desperate and you're trying to get some stuff done, you got to do that. You will your way through some things as best you can. Some people just go about it differently in ways that it's just not, it's too much of that. Like there's a lot of people where that I'm gonna make a video about that too, because there's nowadays it is, especially I say like in the past like 5 or 10 years, there's athletes who express themselves where they try to be honest with fans and just those who watch games. Competing at such a high level, it takes a toll. And a lot of fans seem to forget that these people are human. So when they express the human aspect of themselves, they get ridiculed and they get put down and they get this, because we've just become so used to a world in which we grow up on Mamba mentality. Kobe and mental health, people's like, Kobe? No, never. He willed his way through this. He found a way. Jordan found a way. There's just no stories really of that. Like you saw in The Last Dance, Jordan had plenty of mental health that he was dealing with his father and all that, but there was just, it was a different world. So you couldn't even really talk about it in the same way. But now people are a lot more receptive. So I do like that. But then you have those that I believe they push things to a point that it becomes taking advantage of people's goodwill. And then that's a Ben Simmons and some others like him. You remind me of Barkley and NBA on TNT. That's somewhat like that a bit, but Barkley can be a bit like kind of some other issues, but I find myself agreeing with him more often than not. Sometimes though I disagree. Never had experience with a home team. Is it really that deep? How do you mean? It's a slap in the face to people who are actually struggling with mental health. Ben Simmons actually struggling mental health. We're just making it up. At least with his back thing, like the back injury is debilitating. So I don't question the legitimacy of that. It's not primarily what I'm, whenever I go and say, oh no, was he faking that or something? But those years in which he was healthy and then he didn't have the back problem, his heart and mind wasn't in it, but he sure wanted that money. Like I can say for myself, because it's not like during the playoffs, these were the worst playoffs for me personally and making videos for them. Internet and YouTube wasn't really giving me a problem these playoffs. I was getting a lot of things get by with no issues. It was just for whatever reason, internet as well as just my overall the state of my brain was not anywhere near it what it needed to be. So things were taking longer. and it still with stuff now. I forget, I mispronounce people's names, and I relook at the videos a lot prior to uploading, and I don't hear it, or I may like have sometimes there'll be a spelling error sometime, or then there'll be, or like one video it got completely cut off, and there were 5 versions of it. I messed up whichever and then I was like, until someone comments, until some of you comment, and it's like, what? Somebody said this here. And then I go and look at it. And then only after seeing the comment, I'm like, am I that zooted that I can't catch my own mistakes anymore? And then you say, well, it's due to stresses, due to this and that medical issue, this and that. But then it's like it gets compounded, it gets worse. So, and then when it starts to affect the videos, then the videos are no longer sufficient to me. Depending on the level of the mistake, I don't even like some of the videos. If I make an egregious enough mistake to me in my head for a video, I will never watch it again. I'll damn near delete it. You are an unk now. Technically, unk, like they've been moving the goalpost on what unk is. You got people out here calling somebody 23 and 24 unk. I'm like, that's what are we doing? The same people that's calling somebody unk will be unk themselves in a year later. It's like, what is that? What is that? And then they be calling some people that's in their 40s and stuff unk. I was like, no, that it's like when you get to mid to late 40s, that's gramps damn near. What is this unk? Some of the biggest content creators make mistake too. It's all good. I mean, I hope it gets better for you. Yeah, but this is one thing making it. But a lot of them, most people that do this, they make mistakes from a position of luxury, and the luxury being that my life isn't dependent upon the success or the continued success of the channel or this video doing well or doing this and that. They've got stable lives. They don't have impending doom hanging over them 24/7. So it affects the quality of my videos. Some of them turn out better than I'd like, but then there's always the one that's like, if I didn't have overarching storm clouds and being set on fire 24/7, everything across the board would be a lot better. Be able to think more clearly. Still I'll never take for granted the channel being what it is and all of you being here, because I was just not doing YouTube the right way. I had my original channel wasn't, there'd be passion and all that put in some of these things, but if you don't do it right, if you don't understand how the algorithm works, then you'll just be, as like Wesley Snipes said, still trying to ice skate uphill. But why don't you just put out those fires? Yeah, I would. I wish it's like that. See, for it's sometimes like you can express a problem, and then if people just hear there's an issue, but then they got to hear what the issue is to understand that it's something that isn't easily dealt with. Like, for example, in the middle of these playoffs, I had a moment where there was another seizure. And then after that had happened, I went to sleep, and then I began to throw up in my sleep, and I almost just choked to death on my own throw up because I'm asleep, and then it's just happening. Then I have to go to the hospital again. And then they go and say, well, you got this and you got this and that. So you need this medication to do this, but you don't have this type of coverage, so you can't get that medication. How do you go and get that medication? Well, you got to sign up for this, wait 6 to 8 months. And in that 6 to 8 month period, hope it doesn't happen again and you don't almost die. Have a good day. That'll be $400 for the visit. that type of stuff, and then having to make a video afterward, and then you try to you go be like, let's try to make this as entertaining as possible, though I have nothing to pull from because there is no excitement, happiness, or feel goodness in my day to day. But I just do it anyway because that's the art, that's the passion. It gives me purpose. Look up or try to keep myself grounded, because if not that, then what else is there? And then having to care for two people in particular too. So it's balancing that, balancing, trying to maintain, trying to go at one point, doing two jobs plus this, still not enough. It's just a lot. Nobody to really help. It's always problems and issues, and it doesn't seem to get any better. The channel at least gets better. Nothing else does though. Channel trajectory is looking good. Now, if I didn't get penalized with so many community guidelines violations, I want to see at least, because I'm also the expectations. I don't just hold players or those that I idolize being either my music celebrity at a certain level. The expectations are even higher for myself. I would say at minimum, absolute minimum, I should have been at 80 some thousand. But there's this metric called trust score on YouTube. If you repeatedly do problematic things or you make them upset, your trust score gets lower. And the lower your trust score gets, the less your content gets pushed out because you're problematic. You are seen as a ne'er-do-well by the algorithm. I don't know when that goes away. Some people just stay shadow banned or they stay suppressed. But when you've gotten community like that, that Malice in the Palace video, I had a community guideline strike for that because they said I was inciting violence, and I was also one or two other violations. It's like, I'm talking about footage that's from your platform, but I get in trouble for that. And then when Michael Jordan had the situation where people were saying like, why he that kid or something, and then he was kind of brushing the kid, like they say he was brushing ice off of him. But then Jordan stands, like I really don't like stands of anything. Stands, they get on my nerves because they don't see reason. They're delusional. They're more delusional than I am about Doja. You'd be like, well, why didn't you just leave the parent to go and do that? Like brushing ice off the parent. That's all I said in the video. That video gets removed and I get a strike against the channel. And then the type of strike that it is, they say, if this happens again, your channel may be terminated, because I already had two. So everything I do, it doesn't get pushed out in the same way. I still get in trouble for videos I did on my original channel that I made, and I made that original channel in 2016, but I didn't take YouTube seriously until 2020 on that channel. But you can't make a bunch of videos about random topics and not have one overarching subject. So you're not going to get people tuning in for this. It's like, if I tune in for health and fitness, why would I want to tune into you talking about anime or sewing or listening to Mariah Carey vocals or doing that? None of those things have anything to do with each other. So you split up your audience. So I wasn't doing it right. Then make videos on here, and then everything works out so much great. I was able to make, just in the first month, I had more subs on this for the first month of this channel than I did in, what was that, 4 or 5 years of that other one. And I, of course, got angry because it's hard for me to celebrate anything, because that just proved I wasn't doing anything right. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Mariah Carey. Nick Cannon, I don't know what he was doing. He out of his mind. There was some ego in there. That wouldn't make me no difference. Married to somebody who's far more rich, successful, and sought after and loved. And so there's a lot of intimidation factor sometimes, or it's like some lesser than. People want to be with. It'd be like same thing, like some guys they look at being with a WNBA player or a girl that's taller than them and be like, no, she taller than me. So what's that? Oh man, that don't make me no difference at all. Oh, thank you very much. Almost messed some up. Thank you, Jason. Thank you so much for the donation. Hey, brother, I've been a fan of yours since the beginning. Hope this can contribute to a cup of coffee for you. Keep your head up and keep on pushing. You're a natural at this. Great talker. Awesome sense of humor. See, thank you. Say that. That's what it's all about. I always just hearing anybody say that, hearing you say that, Jason, it makes me. It puts everything into perspective. Even in my darkest times, I see someone's comment makes me laugh. So the things that you say I do for you guys, you also do in turn for me. Seeing feedback, videos, people sharing their thoughts, people from all walks of life, different corners of the globe, something that I still have trouble really even comprehending sometimes because just the idea of you make a video and then somebody in another country is watching it and having a minuscule taste of being a global interactor really means so much. And even despite all the as I can complain about YouTube, and there's certain aspects of it that I hate. Like I hate how they got rid of of course you get rid of the dislike button, but then for shorts, you replace the thumbs up with the heart because you're copying off of TikTok. TikTok is TikTok. Stop copying off of them. But even then, there's so many things they do right. Or there's a lot of things that are great about them that can't really be found on any other app. But they're unique like that. I wish they would realize how unique they are. YouTube is always going to have a leg up on stuff like a TikTok and an Instagram because YouTube has essentially turned into an internet time capsule. You could look at videos from 20 years ago. Like there's some videos here, like I think the first video uploaded on YouTube was at me at the zoo. One of the founders of YouTube had made that or something like that. That's 20 some years ago. You look at that. This is a time capsule. You can't even search individual things up the same way on TikTok and all that. That form of content just caters to goldfish individuals. I'm grateful for this channel, man. I'm grateful for you, Commissioner Luca, best NBA YouTuber. Shit, thank you. Still plenty of things I need to do. I want to do better at. It's only because of the way things are that I wish I'd be more consistent. I'd have some more in-depth videos talking about aspects of the game. Not so much so because I think because one of the things I like is to make a video that even casual people can enjoy, follow along, and listen to. There's a lot of brilliant creators that go into the X's and O's of the game that do an amazing job at that. I think of Thinking Basketball for one. Some other ones for what's that guy? I used to be sub to him on my original channel. B-Ball Breakdown, think that was him. So yeah. Everybody has their own lane and niche comes to some sports and some stuff, but it's primarily making things as fun or entertaining as possible because it helps me feel better in my own life. Because if I just talked about X's and O's, it would just bore me. So sometimes I'd be like, trying to make this a fun affair and do the next one and so on. Did you talk about La Philly yet? Yeah, I made a video. 2 videos actually. Was that Swish Off Switch? Oh yeah, I used to be sub to. I think I'm sub to Swish Out on this channel. Yes, Swish Out was one of my go-tos. There were some other ones too. Are you gonna buy 2K27 and play with the? I I really don't want to ever buy another 2K again. I'm tired. I can't. I there's too much they do that I fundamentally am at odds with. The the gambling mechanic being one, the games never really getting better year to year, the graphics not getting any better, the mechanics getting worse. Stop changing the shoot meter every single year. They change it to give you the illusion of you're playing something new. They change it just to toy with you. I shouldn't still be trying to, oh, how do I figure that? It's a simple analog button press back and forth where I hold score. Stop changing the arc and all that stuff like garbage. Just stuff, things like that. I don't like that. And you can't really play like when I see people play 2K, it is there's a certain way like people will play online. It's like when you see people play online, they're taking advantage of latency and lag. When you go in the park and you play against other people and you cross someone over, 9 times out of 10, that's not even you crossing them over. That's lag. And then they can't do anything to respond quick enough because the game's net code is garbage. So if you overcommit to something, you're just going to still be trailing off over there. You can't play defense. Defense in 2K hasn't been good since 2K19. Because you could actually stick to your man, have your feet planted. And there could be times as when friends and I used to play, there would be games where we would legitimately, where someone could say, I legitimately shut this guy down. He scored a lot less when I was guarding him. I put him in jail. You can't put anybody in jail anymore because they reward ice skating mechanics because they want the scorer to score. We got to make Jimmy and Timmy feel good about themselves. So how do we do that? We remove defense same way as the NBA removes defense. So you make it easier for players that are point guards and all that to score. So it makes you look better than you actually are, which you can also attribute again to the NBA. A lot of these players, and I don't even, I mean, well, you'd be, oh, you're hating or something. No, you put the laws and rules that existed in the 80s and 90s, not saying those players were so much better than the ones now. They play by those rules now. Every other possession, you'd hear a whistle because they break the rules every possession. Every possession is a shadow step. Every possession is carrying the ball. Remember that clip Giannis did? That man carried that ball like a newborn baby to the rim. And somehow I'm supposed to believe that's not a travel? Get the hell out of here. Yeah, but the ball was spinning, so that no travel. It don't look right. It looks stupid. Park be sweaty as fuck with no thing. Like the dudes with backpacks in the park, I go the other way because they play a certain way. They don't pass the ball. They do this. They sway side to side. That's all they do. That's what most players do. They sway side to side until the lag kicks in, and then they go and shoot. And then when they don't make it, they get the ball and then sway side to side. Nobody's a team player in 2K. Love your channel, bro. Your edits are hilarious. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Our savage Caldinosaur. I'm really terrible with just reading people's names. Thank you so much. Have you ever tuned into the YouTube 1v1 space? No, I have not. Anyways, I started blasting. Commissioner, what are your top 5 most played games daily? I only play one game, not even daily, but it's just Civilization 7. I play that and that's mostly daily. Or but I don't play daily. But if I were to play, so it's like that, and then what's the other game I played? Black Ops 2 got brought back through game, so I got it through Game Share through one of my best friends. So it's that kind of off and on. But when I do stream again through there, I'll stream a game of Black Ops, or I'll stream. It's like I'll play on a thing. Like maybe I'll do that tomorrow or day after. Like there'll be some dudes on Black Ops 2. You'll see it live too. There's a bunch of people that they talk a certain way. They say the N word and do all that. As like that time, I couldn't even get in a lobby for a few minutes. And then there you got the same old dudes, David. Oh, he said, like I said one thing. There was this one interaction. And I was just saying, I didn't say anything bad. I didn't say anything wrong to anybody. I didn't attack anyone. I was just talking as the announcer. I was like, the best team won the match. And then somebody was like, you're 3-5. Shut the fuck up. And I was all like, hey, man, but I'm just here to have fun. And then someone who I guess is his friend is like, he sounds like an N-word. He's like, yeah, you're an N-word. You're the both of them. I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it. I'm racist. Yeah, okay, you're an N-word. I have a redneck. I live in a trailer park. My education, I don't know what that is. I can't read a book from front to back. We get it. We get it. Like, if you're gonna be racist, be more creative with it. I'm so disappointed in you. Like, what is this? Do better. And then they were laughing. Then it was like, oh, he's a cool N-word. Or and now you're going to fold? So I make you laugh and you can't even hold true to your racism? You're a fraud. Fools. And I left. The shit talk isn't as good as it used to be. People back in the day, that was some shit talk back then. Now, waifs. Nothing. Please hit us with that Dutch Vanderlyn quote from Red Dead 2. Which one? That man had charisma. He had poise. He was stupid, but he had poise. And the way he would put something, stay with me. And he said, was that to O'Shea or something? He was like, there are O'Driscolls about. That man, he had charisma up the wazoo. It's a shame how he just allowed himself to be so corrupted. Micah over here. And then you had Arthur. You keep killing folks, Dutch. Have some goddamn faith. I bet you when they confronted what's dude's name? Damn it. Why I can't remember his name. What's his who was GM of the Mavericks that now he isn't GM anymore? What's his name? Why can't I remember his name? What? Nico Harrison. Thank you, Commissioner Luke. I bet you when they confronted him, so I had a goddamn plan. Yeah, your plan. Look how that worked out. Yeah. Arthur, that was such a great game. You go in there, you antagonize the camp. Nah, I'm just fooling with you. Just talking to people. He said, what one fight that he damn, what was that guy's name? What was the other one? I think that was Bill. Bill was talking to one of them. He's like, what you doing, greaser? He's like, what? He's like, I said, what you doing, greaser? He gets his, shit. He's like, I'm just playing with my knife. Sheep fucker. I'm just playing with my knife. Throws him on the ground. And then he gets up and looks at Arthur. He's like, what are you looking at? And Arthur's like, not much. Stop being an idiot, Bill. John need a lozenge. It's like, no, that's not it. He's like, we gotta get there. It's like he's something like a little bit like that. Like that man, when he talk, I'm like, this is calm your throat now, John. John was such a bum in that game, always getting captured, always behind a rock screaming, always getting lost. Just like, damn. I said, I gotta carry this whole team by myself. And then you got Dutch coming in saying, like, Arthur, there's people been talking. You don't put money in the box. There's no money in the box. I put like $500 in there. He's like, there's no money in the box. What money have you put in there, Dutch? You don't put nothing in there. He said one line too. There was another line he said, and it was I can't even remember the context. He said, it would be unwise to refuse a man in his sexual prime. What? What is he talking? Oh. I stopped. I was like, huh? And he walks away. Huh? Repeat yourself. I don't get it. You could be Mark Hamill's understudy for replacement for the. Oh, thank you. Great game though. Love that game. The music too, the musical score. I have 2 of the songs in my playlist. That one song that is that Mountain Hymn. See the fire in your eyes. See the fire in your, and it goes, oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. And I love Westerns. I grew up watching Westerns. Best Western of all time is, I have to say, either The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, or High Plains Drifter, both of which are Clint Eastwood, or maybe How the West Was Won. I don't know, but no, The Good and the Bad and the Ugly is just, it's a masterpiece. That's just too much a masterpiece. Did you change the batteries in your smoke detector? Eventually, I do. Is that thing timed to when you walk past it? Because I swear, when I walk past it, but when I'm not near it, I don't hear it. I walk under it, or it's like, is it censored? Rango is also great. Rango is somehow underrated. Love that minute. Wow, wow, wow. So in this world, there are those with, he was like, those who dig. Now I forget the quote with that. Always hearing rants. Hear it in your rants, and timing is crazy. High Noon is also top tier. I think I've heard about that. Do you believe in the DCEU? Hell no. They already messed up. They making the same mistakes as they did in the previous iteration. That's another series and franchise I had to walk away from to preserve what's left of my sanity. It's some cause for concern right now because Supergirl bombed, and that's about to be digital. It ain't even been a month barely. If y'all mess up on Man of Tomorrow, that this whole cinematic universe is over before it even starts. Because nothing they've done has been a hit out of the park. The Superman movie that I've still yet to see underperformed what they wanted it to do. They wanted that to be, or they had in their minds, they wanted that to be somewhere in the high 800 millions, teetering on $1 billion. They wanted that to be a slam dunk, but it wasn't. It couldn't even outgross Man of Steel. So if you can't outgross Man of Steel, there is a enthusiasm issue. But in general, I don't think, even with, because I don't think there's aspects of Man of Steel I like better, but I can't really speak on this movie as I didn't see it. I didn't see the Superman movie. But Man of Steel was also helped greatly by the Dark Knight trilogy being great. If that trilogy didn't exist and they came out with a Superman movie in a vacuum, I don't even think it would have gotten 700 something million. I think it would have gotten maybe like 500 million. Superman just hasn't aged well. I don't think he and some of the other DC heroes age well. So they came out during a time where they were conceptualized to be ideals, concepts of perfection, really. They're not meant to be relatable. But now that people think times have changed, people want relatability in their heroes, and a lot of the DC people, they just aren't. And this is coming from someone that I love DC. I grew up watching DC, Justice League and the Batman and Static Shock and all of that. You just don't have relatable character. Batman, but outside of that, there's not too many people you could relate to. Should Doja Cat do movies? But of course. Rainy Cloud. Thank you very much for the donation. Love your channel. Also love your other channel for anime and movies. Keep up the content. Yeah. I'm going to be uploading a lot more on that other one. I haven't even if I put forth even 25% effort on that channel as I do this one, I would have been farther along with it. But I'm gonna go my base level of try hard for that other channel. So I'm gonna try to upload at least every other day on that one and then have uploads. So it'll technically almost be 2 uploads a day sometimes, but on 2 separate channels. So an upload here and an upload there, back and forth. I'm gonna talk about other things like movie scenes and certain select things like that, not just anime, cartoon related. I gotta talk about the Rick and Morty season. Because this Rick and Morty season this is one of their best seasons. I didn't expect that of them. And a season 9, they only had 1 episode I didn't care for. Doja looks like BBL Bill Cosby. The nerve! What type of sentence is that? That lies, slander. What? BBL? Bill Cosby with a BBL? Why would you do this to me? Why would you put that in my head? Never. I can't believe you did this to me. Nobody wants Supergirl. That should have been phase 2 movie if Batman did it. Would have made $1 billion. Yeah. That's another problem. We have to address the male elephant in the room. People don't want to say it, but if you want a female superhero to do great, you're gonna have to make her exceedingly bad, or you're gonna have to make her look a certain way that guys swoon over her, and then you have her whoop ass and do all that other stuff. For whatever reason, this girl is getting a lot of, but there's also 2 folds to this issue. Even if a girl looks amazing, you're gonna have those who are still complaining because there's an inherent level of, oh, well, it's a woman, so just because it's a woman, it's this. But you also have problems with the script, problems with the special effects, the direction. But if you complain about these things, they label you a misogynist. In this particular instance, one of the reasons this movie didn't do well is you told audiences to come back and see Superman again, but worse. You should have made another hero. That's essentially like, hey, everybody, come here and see. Imagine if Marvel did this. 1 year I come out with Iron Man. The very next year I come out with Ironheart. A worse Iron Man and an unknown one at that. Who cares? And on top of that, there's people that are saying she's not attractive. You don't want to be, you don't want to look at things like that, but that is a factor that comes into play when most of your audience is males. This will always be a male-dominated medium. Superhero movies and video games always going to be like 70% men. When they make these movies and they try to make a strong female character, they begin first trying to make a strong female character without making a great character. And these girls don't come out and see the movie anyway. So you make a movie for people that don't. It's like the WNBA. A lot of the girls that you see complaining about these women should be paid more, they don't themselves watch the WNBA. That's just not you. So I wouldn't have gone with Supergirl for the second movie. I would have picked anybody else. You could have picked like Martian Manhunter. You could have picked somebody else. Supergirl, and you didn't even build her up or set her up properly. And you take her off world, and then you threw Lobo in the movie, and Lobo ain't even in there all that much. It's not good. And then you also made it kind of similar to Guardians of the Galaxy, but that's James Gunn, and it's James Gunness. It's Guardians of the Galaxy type of filter. Yeah, that other girl in that terrible Flash movie, yeah, she was. We're your favorite Rick and Morty episode this season. That evolution one was the best. No. That one and the first episode, that Morty, that evil Morty one, they went stupid for that episode. They went dumb for that episode. The animation in that was ridiculous. I wasn't expecting him to even come back like just that soon. I thought they'd save that for a season finale, but they went dummy with that. Oh, don't. Oh my, I didn't know you didn't watch it. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to say that. Wait just a second. One moment. Oh, man, it is burning up in here. It's ridiculous how hot it is. Hate. Ugh. Yes, I have been known to go live on occasion. Clayface does look interesting. I hope this air conditioning unit isn't too loud. It's just too damn hot. Repeatedly there. So yeah, DC, it's not. It'll be a problem if Man of Tomorrow bombs. If Man of Tomorrow bombs, then it may be wraps for the whole universe before it even gets its legs up underneath it. Yeah, it is Sam Decker. Yes, it is. Some are way hotter than like I don't. And for here especially, it's not boiling, but it's still unnecessarily hot because it's this house. There's no proper insulation. There's barely any. So this house takes in heat, and it's always been an issue since we've been here. So whatever it is outside, it'll be a 10 to 15 degrees hotter in the house. So if it's 90 outside, it'll be like 105 in the house. And Lord forbid, when it gets to 100 degrees, it's 115 or 120 in the house. It pure, unmitigated suffering without end, unrelenting. And some days there was like back to back days, 99, 98, 99, 100. Turn it off. Make it stop. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to run away in here. It's everywhere in the house. It's burning up. in the winter. So if it's in the winter, then it'll be it's even colder. That'll be in the house. But that doesn't the cold it bothers me to a point when it gets absolute freezing. But I still won't be as annoyed as I am when it's heat, because you can't do anything about this. You can take off clothes and do whatever, but you're still going to be sweating. When it's cold, you just put more clothes on. Bundle up. There's no running away from this. If it was like it was a few weeks ago up here, I wouldn't even be up here right now. There's like a wall of heat. When you breathe, the air is heavy. I don't know what it is with this house, and that has been a constant issue. And then our air conditioner has never worked. It only blows out heat. Exactly. And it'll be nighttime and it's still 86 and a 90. Give it a rest, man. Chill out. It's nighttime. Give me some relief. Still your dreams are good. See, if I were to win the lottery tomorrow, I would still live in Michigan. Live like in here, because this is a quaint state. It's a low-key quaint state with easygoingness. There's not too much going on. The weather is never really crazy. There's no earthquakes, there's no hurricanes. There's not really, I mean, there's a tornado every few years. There's like one or two. There's barely any. So it's like perfect. Changing of the seasons. I would always want to be somewhere where I get to see the seasons change. I couldn't be nowhere down like in Florida and all that, where it's just boiling hot half of the year and not so hot the rest of the year. That equator type heat near the equator, nope. Dreading tomorrow. It's gonna be 89 degrees. Anything over 80 is not acceptable, is against the law. I wish summer could just like spring weather is perfect. Spring weather is absolutely, it's just beautiful. It's like low 70s, mid to low 70s. It's perfect. This 80 stuff, I can maybe give you 80, 82. I give you 82. Nothing, no more of it than that. 90 is completely, that's a prisonable offense. I put that whole damn son in prison. No parole for this. This is unacceptable. And then they say, put a fan on. They put a fan on. It's like everywhere I go, when it's that hot, I'm walking around everywhere with a fan. But the fan is blowing out surrounding heat. I'm not exaggerating how hot it is. You go upstairs, there's a wall. It's like on the 5th step, there's a wall of heat and you can feel it. Fan don't help. If you've ever been in a sauna, it's exactly that in this house. No exaggeration. No lie at all. It's exactly that. It's a sauna. Shout out from Australia. Pistons 0304. My dog Cade is getting MVP this season. I don't know. Wembanyama may have something to say about that. But I do hope Cade gets that. Kentucky, yeah, I'm not built. Some of you in here, you live in the deep south and y'all got heat that's advanced heat. I'm not. No. Never have I been, nor will I ever be built like that. I don't want to be either. I can't deal with that. Like Pistons 0304. He's talking about shout out from Australia that the heat y'all be getting. No. No, nope. It's not for me. I rebuke thee completely. Yeah, I prefer winter too. So now when it gets, so now August it cool down some. It's like, yeah, just stay like this. I love it when it rains too, except when there was an activity to be had outside. So back in school, if we were going to play kickball one day and it was raining, I get pissed. But I love it when it rains. I be out there standing like Vegeta in the rain. So now this is what it must feel like to be, because this thing over here, this don't even work when it gets to a certain level of heat. So there's no air conditioner that be in the house. And I say, oh, so this is what y'all in Europe go through? Oh no, I saw them a few weeks ago. People was jumping in the water. There's nowhere to run or no. And then y'all you deal with that. Like, I mean, but I can't even say, at least here it's like I got this one unit here, but it's just for a room, and this doesn't work properly. Whole house don't have anything. Just depends what state you live in. Some aren't that bad, and others are sauna in the summer. No, thank you. I want to be able to breathe and feel as though the air isn't weighing me down. And that humid heat, that's something even worse. When it gets through raining and it's just muggy and it's 100 or so, ooh, no, no, that's delectable mosquito weather. Yeah, I heard in England it'd be raining 24/7. It'd be like village hidden in the rain over there. I much appreciate that. LMAO 420, commiss you to go shout out from Brazil. Shout out right back to you. Thank you for being here. U.S. is hotter and more humid on average. Europe's issues is an infrastructure problem. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. It's gonna be some hot ass later August days, some random September ones here. Burst of heat right before fall. Ugh, burst of heat right before solo ace. I feel your pain with that. I didn't officially start truly despising the heat till I start living in this house. I never cared for it or liked it prior to that, but then this to be forced to deal with it and there's no relief, there's nowhere to run from it, then I loathe the heat with that. Old staunch radiates heat, yeah. Oh, it's up. Moving to Canada, moving with soccer. Why would I move in with somebody who slanders Doja? Especially soccer. You had the option. Would you move to Hawaii? Did you a Hawaii baddie? She gonna have to move up here. I ain't staying over there. I would like to go to Hawaii one day. Plenty of places. I'm so happy to hear somebody on the internet actually understand what the fuck I'd be going through with this heat. Yes, yes. Yeah, we need to synergize with that. We need to let them know not enough complaints are made from this. It affects your sleep, and especially with me, I've always had some chronic nosebleeds. I didn't have a nosebleed all year, until this heat wave came, or once the summer heat truly kicked in, and it was late this year. It wasn't immediate. So almost all of May, I think all of May went by. It wasn't really hot. Time June, first week or something of June or whatever. Then that's when it started. Or actually, I say a little bit after the finals. Then that's when it started. So that's later than usual. I was nose bleeding, headaches, because I already get too many headaches. So then the heat makes it even worse. So nose bleeding and headache. It's interfering with my ability to make the video. I have to stop every second. I was like, this needs to stop. This needs to go away. Waking up, I can't sleep properly already. It's worse. Go to sleep, you wake up, your clothes are drenched. And then I noticed I sleep longer because I spend more time trying to get to sleep because of how uncomfortable I am because of the heat. Oh, it's awful. You only get nosebleeds during the winter. I've gotten some during there, but primarily in the summer. My favorite basketball tuber, I will pray for a Knicks Pistons Eastern Conference Final, a series that would feed my soul. Yes. That's what I had my hopes for. I wanted us to deal with those Knicks. We have revenge to be had, but the Cavs said, not in my house, or they got in the way. So now got to get revenge on the Cavs before we get revenge on the Knicks. After the way Brunson sent us home, you can't continue to live your life in this world suffering a defeat like that. Got to deal with him. Got to get him. Can't take naps during the day for nothing. Yeah, you can't. You can't. There's no way. You think maybe if I go to sleep. No. Sleep is horrendous. Nowhere to hide. And you dread going to sleep because you know what awaits you. It's just a pool of your own sweat. Sweating out your clothes. Cat got a ring before Jimmy Butler. It's funny how those things work. Though because of how Jimmy Butler left Miami. He's been on my watch list. OKC will win the finals in 2027. I could see that too. They were literally just one. It's like the Spurs were their kryptonite of sorts. That shows you just how much of a difference the regular season is. So I'm never going by regular season victories anymore, because prior to having the channel, it's like my knowledge has increased a lot about different aspects of the game. But especially before, I would always look at regular season victories and I'd see one team, how they fared against another one, and say, well, they swept the season series, so chances are they may lose a game in the playoffs, but it should be a gentleman's sweep. But I'm seeing teams get bounced by people that swept the season series, so I'm never going by that anymore. The OKC and Thunder one, like the Spurs beat them, I think every single time. I want to say every single time, but then once the playoffs come around, it goes a full 7. So whoa, did I get? Oh, okay. This momentarily cut out for a second. So OKC was just right there. They could have won. Now, who do y'all think would have won between Thunder and Knicks? I just did not in any way expect the Spurs to perform so poorly against the Knicks, to just blow leads like that every single game. And I thought the Spurs I thought they were due to the Knicks what the Knicks did to them, and was wrong again, as usual. Oh, you still pick the Knicks? Oh, yeah. I was over here slandering the East. I say, yeah, this East Coast, this East Coast is suspect, and then look at what happens. Once again, proven wrong. Yo, Commissioner, my dog. Oh, the Harry Apington. How are you doing? Moonman 10. 10 is my favorite number. What's up, Commish? What's your take on the Kawhi story? Yeah, then they said that investigation would drag on. It's going to still be continuing in the background. There were people making jokes with when Kawhi went to the Raptors and saying he trying to escape a RICO. It's only thing I know, because I haven't been paying enough attention to it, but I know those who are truly guilty aren't going to be punished with it. There'll be a fall guy or something, and if there is a penalty, it'll be like a little slap on the wrist. And there's no way Steve Ballmer didn't know about something that was going on. Anytime something bad happens, you get someone say, I wasn't aware. I would have. Yeah, of course, y'all never aware. Y'all never know anything. But you be paying attention to where all this money comes from. You know that. You know everything about that. But when you get caught, you suddenly, I'm at a loss for words. He wasn't finna play anyway. Our Detroit sports putting teams out just to play and not be truly. Yeah, I don't get that. Baffles me as well. Play with a letter heard with suspect person. Yeah, I was going to make a video on that whole situation going on with the Curry and Warriors. I'll still end up maybe tomorrow. There's a bunch of other, so many plans that just now it's like they either get pushed off. I still got to make the sports betting video, but the with Curry, Warriors said they've just officially put it out there in the air. They're saying how, yeah, we're not contenders, and we're okay with that. Curry, however, is not, for good reason. But they're also, it's like Warriors have also made it apparent that they're looking beyond Curry, or they're looking at the future with it, which I kind of don't disagree with them, but at the same time, you haven't really been doing right by Curry these past few seasons. Though it's not like, I don't really know what more the Warriors could have done to make a big splash when they don't have all that much to work with in the first place. Some stars need to just accept the fact, especially those that are like Curry, you've gotten 4 rings. And in this new era of parity, you're going to have probably some players, all-time greats, that retire with even less, that may get like 2. So you got 4. And what do you expect to be at the top every single year? It's kind of like the same thing with LeBron. At what point do you then become comfortable with the idea that not only are you not a preeminent team in the league, you are no longer a viable contender? Are you at peace with playing unmeaningful basketball, or just that, because that's gonna happen eventually? You cannot do that every single season. You can't have a well put together team that's going to win season after season. You are going to hit the period where you're near or at rock bottom, and you're just going to have to deal with it. It's like players nowadays just don't want to deal with it. You have to suck right now because that's part of the game. You suck, deal with it. Oh boy, here we go. I'm a Cavs fan, dog. How it feel to have Coke Beard Man send y'all to Cancun? Just jokes. Love your content. You're funny as fuck. It's just not fair. It just makes no sense. I didn't sign up, nor do I deserve any of that. That's cruel. That's bearded irony that makes no sense to me. Why is my eye hurting? He brought his bearded self, that serpent, bearded serpent, came all the way from out west to out east to upend me and make me look foolish. The slander. God, the slander. There's nowhere to run, or Harden of all people. It wouldn't have been as bad as, let's say, if the Warriors went to the finals and the Pistons went, and then Draymond did something, because Draymond he's not in the same caliber of player as a Harden. So that wouldn't hurt as much. Now, if it was something Draymond did in the final few seconds of a game 7 that sent us on, oh my Lord, that'd be something. But it's the fact that Harden actively buried our chances. He woke up for no reason. He didn't really wake up the whole playoffs except against Detroit. And then went back to sleep when they had just left. I was like, but why? Everything I said about that man, almost all of it, it's like, no, I'm going to continue to hate. Just make it look at age like milk, age poorly in retrospect. We getting Kevin Durant. I'm not too, I don't know how, if that happens, but Durant is just not, the man has no loyalty. He's not somebody that I look at and see, especially at this time too. With it just depends. I don't feel the same way about him as a player or something. It's not like he's regressed terribly or he's fallen off a cliff. He hasn't, but he's not right now, I'd say, a needle mover exactly to the extent that I'd like the Pistons to have. Though if I had to choose between that and doing nothing, I suppose I would choose Kevin Durant. Just like with the Kawhi thing, Pistons were eyeing Kawhi, but Kawhi wasn't eyeing us in the slightest. He's like, oh, under no circumstances. Harden has great comedic timing. See, anything that creates an issue for me has great comedic timing. Everything. Power going out, Harden, Draymond, all that is amazing. They should go on tour, bastards. Your videos are hella funny, man. Thank you, your boy Hacks. Appreciate you. I try. And then he like that situation with Bam putting hands on Hero. I said, like, Tyler Hero, he has that kind of out of pocket face. It's like he looks like he say something crazy on the regular. He'll say something wild, like he has that type of face. Then you have that happen, and then he just said, "Oh, it's all love." But I said in a video I had made for members, that's like, I imagine there's footage of that, because a video coming out will always make things, that'll push things along. But there's no video, so everybody just goes their separate ways, which is something you'd like to see. You don't want it to spill over into something bad, but it's just funny. A long time. Okay. Careful with NBA shenanigans. Your hairline may hang back like LeBron on defense. See, so far that I couldn't with that. Like, now, so far so good. I haven't had no thing, but whenever people like that begin, like, let's say it go all the way back here, oh no. Stay as long as possible. people on grandma and mom's side, all the men on that side of the family, they keep all their hair. It's just hair gets gray. But then on my father's side of the family, all the men are bald. So this can only go one way or the other. It can either be really great or really bad. So far, so good, because I think father was going bald or something. I think in 20s, or you start seeing like that. I don't know, but what about Beef Stew? Not crazy about him either. I appreciated different things he did as a player, but he hit that type of personality. I've seen how this man does some things that I've had to deal with some people that be like that, or have the unfortunate task of being in proximity to some people that act out like that, or just have that type of disposition. I don't like that. Do you even want Duran back, or if he does, what do you think his contract would be? He did betrayal. He's committed high treason. I don't want him back. If he calm his ass down, knows his role, and shuts his damn mouth, perhaps. Oh, thank you, FX Man. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Well, if you use my discount code for today's sponsor, Keeps. The NBA YouTubers. But wait. No, they do. They leave the thing that they're mainly, but this most YouTubers do this in general, but this is just in the NBA YouTubers, or just sports related YouTubers. They'd be like, what's the biggest secret or biggest problem keeping this franchise from winning? But first, a message from our friends at DraftKings. Oh, let's talk to our friend. Or let's talk with Prize Picks. You can get so and so off by throwing away your life savings on this player. Look, I use Prize Picks all the time. For instance, so and so will get 10 rebounds. Easy score. Gamble your life savings away, everyone, and make me money. Prize Picks. Despicable people. Despicable. Ugh. This rant was interrupted by our friends at FanDuel. Oh, our friends at FanDuel, everyone. I get it. Then they like, it's like this fake enthusiasm for something. It's like, I know y'all ain't doing it. Because then what the hell are you even like, you're telling people to do it, but you yourself aren't doing it. They'd be all like, I really love to bet the overs and unders. Like, no, you don't. No, you don't. Your heart isn't in it. Our friends at Prize Picks. I send those friends to jail. I ain't never had no friends on Prize Picks. Never will. Never have. The most gambling I've ever done in my life was when I didn't know no better, and I had one of the 2Ks, and then I was over here opening some packs because I'm over. It's like, I want Galaxy Opal Malika Andrews, or I want Dark Matter Brittany Renner. I'm over here thinking, oh, maybe I'll get that, only to discover that when the summer reaches or when the season is over, they just give all of these things away for free. So I wasted time, energy. It's just a loser. Just felt like a loser. It's like that. Yeah, that's what I get. I said never again. Doja Cat win. She getting a video made about her in the next video. The video's done. The video's been done. Just YouTube didn't let me upload it. Her and Lotto, that video. Oh, I wanted to upload that. Then they did 14 times it took, and then they gave me a worldwide block after it. But I found a way to circumvent that. If only I had found it sooner. But I'm glad I ultimately didn't end up uploading it when I did, because the day I was going to upload it, and the 14th time they did is when LeBron made a decision. And I'm glad he finally made a decision. So now I don't have to worry about that in the back of my head when I do a video, a passionate video, and then he goes and does something. I would have been pissed. I would have put him in the Billboard Op 100, a top 5 on principle. Taylor Rooks is the only pack worth getting. Oh yeah, that's a Hall of Famer, of course. Thoughts on the Pacers this season? As I said earlier, I think there's some about. I have a feeling they're gonna kind of pick up where they left off, and they're gonna be pretty. If they don't turn a lot of heads, I think they'll be stellar team, and then they'll wake up and kind of maybe even replicate what they did in the last time they were in the playoffs. Because they hungry, they tasted, they want to go back there. They may end up coming back. It'd be cool seeing Knicks versus them again. Who is your GOAT? But of course his airness. Wait a minute. His airness, of course. Yes. Oh, thank you, the Black Flash, reacting to football this year. I will try to do some of that too. I can count on one hand how many football videos I've made, because they with them and copyright, they do not play with copyright. The only thing worse than NFL with copyright, it goes, at least in my own experience, when it comes to dealing with copyright claims. Number 3, NFL. Number 2, WWE. Number 1, Shueisha, which is a anime related. I got a whole copyright strike or 2 from Shueisha. I deleted all of my anime videos that had manga panels, because I said, oh no, because if you mess up on one of your channels, you could have 100 YouTube channels. If one of your channels gets 3 strikes, all of them get deleted. So because of something I messed up on the second channel, if I had not deleted those, I would have just, this channel would have been deleted and everything else. So a really stupid system, but whatever. That's your, that's strike 1 for you, again. What is it? Can we please find more sustainable meta than Doja? A healthier meta? What about Doja isn't sustainable? What about Doja? What is he talking about? What? Doja's the definition of sustainable. You see Energizer Bunny video, keep going, that's her. But she's a nuclear reactor. I don't know what you're talking about. What? Get a load of this guy. More healthier. You can't get much healthier. Commissioner Luca, why you gotta betray me like that? You go bring up that BBL Bill Cosby thing, and again, you got me thinking about that. Nothing about Doja is sustainable. I've never. So many wrong people typing. So many fraudulent keyboards. Doja, that's where her nickname is Toja. Because she knows what to tell. She already has a plan in place. She's the moment, the time, the year, the millennium. With Doja at our backs, we can accomplish anything. You would never, I would have, if I, you wouldn't even, the type of person I would be, if I had Doja, you may never, I would forget to eat. I would forget to do simple things. Like just to go and talk, to breathe even. Oh my goodness. See, even people see she ain't like that because they don't know any better. They don't know. They're not versed. You can lead a horse to water, but it's up to the horse to drink. If they don't want to drink, stay thirsty. Well, I can only help them so much. They over here, like some person said, who they put, they said somebody put somebody over someone. I was like, please. Any comment on the Kawhi situation? I had said earlier, I don't know I haven't been following along enough to it. I just know that investigation is they said it's going to drag out longer. So they're going to be actively looking into that. And I just know that whether they find something or not, the guilty parties will never get prosecuted. They're not going to get in trouble. They'll just get slapped on the wrist, if anything. That aspiration thing, the Kawhi situation where there was some shell company or something. I made 2 videos or so on it when the news first broke, but that was months ago. But this man was supposed to be helping the environment with this company, planting trees. Ain't never planted a damn tree, not once. He load managed nature. He was day to day. He was listed day to day with the trees, and then it just went from day to day to questionable to DNP. Did not plant. He did not plant a single tree. These people are pretenders. This man just on there collecting money. No-show jobs. He no-shows in the NBA and proceeds to no-show for the environment. You can't show much more no than that. It's ridiculous. I wouldn't even have him play black. I couldn't play Call of Duty with no Kawhi Leonard. DNP did not plant the bomb. You can't play Search and Destroy with Kawhi. Can't expect him to do nothing. He just goes stand there with his gun the whole game, AFK. Yeah, just like the Sopranos. He say, yeah, not showing up to work. So there's a lot of work. It's tough. What is a Mount Rushmore of female rappers? I'll of course put Nicki there, but Nicki is washed. When you see this video that I upload, I'll be saying as much in there. But Nicki, she can't not be on that list. But if we're talking right now, first of all time, put Missy Elliott up there. I want to put Lauryn Hill up there. I want to put Lil' Kim up there. So, if I think, yeah, that's like off the top of my head, 4 of them. But if we're talking right now, right this very moment in time, as we live and breathe, this iota of the dimension that we're in, Doja's the best. There should be no argument with any of that. That will be said in that video. Again, Nicki is washed. Lotto ain't all that. Ice Spice is not. Ice Spice is a G League rapper. She just gets by because of assets. Glah. Coil Ray is looks wise and stuff great, but music wise, Doechii is good. Doechii is legitimately good. Megan Thee Stallion, rapping wise and stuff, legitimately good, but her style never changes. You hear one Megan Thee Stallion song, you done heard a bunch of other ones. Every flow is down by the damn pan pan by the damn pan pin by the minute pan pin pan pan by the pan 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 by the pan pan. Every song, you hear most of her songs sound like that. But yeah, Doja is number 1. And even if you don't agree, if this were a question of overall talent, she dog walks everybody casually. Look up videos of Doja dancing. She's like that. She is a danceuse. dancer, not a dancer. She be doing pirouettes and all types of stuff. She could be on Dancing with the Stars. Ice Spice can't dance worth a damn. She can't go 5 seconds without twerking. That's like Tourette's. It's like twerkettes with her. She can't. It's like always bending over. She can't not do that. Lotto and them can't dance. Nicki can't dance. None of them can dance. They can't sing either. Doja can do that as well. Some say Ruby Rose. Ruby Rose? Ruby Rose can't. I wouldn't be surprised if she even has a ghostwriter. Ruby Rose ain't doing nothing. Ruby Rose ain't even rapped in years. She got an OF for a reason. She ain't doing none of it. There's no reason for her to even rap. That's making her more money than her music ever did. Ruby Rose. Doja is a pop star or rap years. Yeah, people don't be including her. I don't know why. It's a shame her recent album that she didn't do well. But it came out at a time where Cardi and Nicki were arguing. And as well, Cardi is just not. Cardi is she got like that personality that goes in favor for her, but her music, some of her music is just like she that's Riley Freeman. She sounds like Riley Freeman most of the time, but other times she's just all nasal, or it's just like it's like somebody's making fun of a rapper, but she has music and has a career. That other song like Cardi B does this. That's I can't. Cardi B set a very dangerous precedent for female rappers in general. Because when Nicki came up, no matter how good you looked, you had to be able to spit. You had to be able to rap. Cardi made it so girls that are just strippers, you want to just get in the booth and it's whatever. It's like, yeah, just go and do that. No real proper talent or anything. And I would never pay money to attend a Cardi B. Well, no, if I had to choose, I would sooner pay money to see a Cardi B concert than to see an Ice Spice concert. Because Ice Spice does like near zero showmanship or stage presence. Cardi B is like single digits when it comes to that. But we're comparing something to nothing. A lot of them don't do anything. But then most rappers don't do anything. You go to a Drake concert, I mean, he's just standing there. And he has a backing track. Most of these people have backing tracks. They can't rap on beat to save their lives, so they got the machine and all that doing it for them. Cardi B is yeah, she really is. I'm sorry. She just make music for a specific demographic of people like that. But that, no. Astro World was way better. But yet, did it get a Grammy? No, because there's darlings for the Academy. And as much as I love Kendrick, Kendrick is an Academy darling. They will give Kendrick a Grammy before they give it to anybody else for anything, even if they do make better music than him in that particular year. That was such a shame. And the Grammys change what their criteria is every single year to year anyway. All of these award shows do, but the Grammys are the worst. Because one year, if you want to say it's about sales, so we award based off sales, okay. But the very next year, it's what's the best sonically coherent project that exudes existentialism? Oh, now we care about existentialism this season or this year. What happened to last year? That's why you got years where Kanye didn't win it, but you got Taylor Swift winning it. Like, that's why he went up there mad as hell. That year that Taylor Swift won it, but that wasn't a Grammys, that was MTV Awards. When she got it over Taylor. I mean, Beyonce. Single Ladies was everywhere. And that, you belong with me, can't you see? That teeny bopper anthem. Jessica and Sarah anthem. Damn, get that out of here. Yeah, Kendrick winning awards in 2026. Yeah, that's some there's a problem. That's a problem. It gets out of hand. He even a few months ago, Pitchfork, I think it was either Pitchfork or Rolling Stone or somebody, they put Kendrick in the top 50 greatest vocalists ever. Stop. Please stop it. They gave Drake fans all the fuel to be like, oh, see, look at that. Who's in league with the industry here? Kendrick shouldn't even be in the top 100 of vocalists. They aren't, and they aren't talking about hip hop vocal. Even there, I wouldn't put him there. But they're saying vocalists of all time in music history. That is an insult. I would have called them up and said, remove my damn name from this list. What are you doing? Oscars, though, the Oscars put on a great show. That's always because of my movie buffness and my it's just all loving things filmmaking and all that. I watch that. They always put on a great show. They don't always give the awards to who deserves it there either. Oh my goodness. Like that year La La Land should have won. I love La La Land. La La Land was a great movie. Moonlight won over that. I'm sorry. No. And then they had that whole fake thing they did where they have all of La La Land's cast come up there and then they'll be like, oh no, wait, I read it wrong. Moonlight. Oh no, you guys come up. It's your what? Planned, scripted. How you practice something for months just to get up there and mess up. All you got to do is open an envelope and read, and you can't do that. Now you don't know how to do that, and y'all are actors. Y'all memorize lines on a daily. You can't remember whose name is on the envelope. Get the hell out of here. Politicking. We need more of Screamer Commissioner. Oh, yes, I will do so. Wait, is that Jonathan? Is that the Jonathan? Friend of mine, Jonathan? Don't sleep on Lotto. She is beautiful. Yeah, but is she good? She's not. Can't just be going by looks and stuff. That's how Ice Spice get over. Ice Spice get over just off of like the looks and some stuff. Even though it was a shame what happened to her in that McDonald's. Weird people. That dude over here trying to square up with her, lame loser individual, trying to fight a woman. Had to hold me back. She need to walk around with security. That's unacceptable. I ain't seen the Oscar since the slap. When I tell you when that happened, I didn't even know who I was anymore when I saw that. I was like, when he first slapped him, and I was in we were in a chat room. I was in a chat room with friends when it happened. I left to go do something. I came back, and then one of them was saying, "Hey, did you see what just happened?" And I look, and I'm like, "Whoa!" But I'm thinking, I don't know. This may be scripted. When he sat back down, and then you saw his face. He was like, "Yes, keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth." I was like, oh man. I was like, this isn't real. This is real. Wow. He went up there and he gave him that jaw work. To this day, I still can't believe it. Who is calling me during stream? I am not to be disturbed while I stream. Somebody, can I leave this and Okay, I was able to send a message without exiting out of this. Seeing you yap like this for hours of cinema, please continue screaming, brother. Yeah, I will. I have to do it more often. Thank you. Have you heard Rico Nasty's recent stuff? I heard one. Maybe. I'd have to check it. Was it Jonathan? I think that was the Jonathan that I know. But we one of the only the only friend I have from elementary school, really. I think we were the only black kids in the whole school. So automatically there's just the Will Smith didn't really want to slap that man. Let's be honest. He was pressured to do so by a third party. Yeah, Jada, he was laughing too. He was and then she was like that, and then he got up and did that. Imagine you go up on stage and you slap. I bet if that was Rock up there making jokes, he wouldn't have did that. But you go up on stage and slap Chris Rock over Jada Pinkett Smith. And now if it was Doja, I'd understand that. I don't care who up there on stage. I would have went up there and suplex Brock Lesnar or attempted to for Doja. But that ain't no Doja, so I ain't doing that. There's no honor. There's nothing. It's just complete 100% delusion when it comes to her. I'd be like, the Pistons are my favorite team, and I make content about them. Cade, he's one of my favorite players. I love this franchise. I meet her, and then she's like, I don't like the Pistons. I was like, I don't like them either. Hate them, really. Oh. You listening to Ariana Grande's Petals later? Oh wait, that come out tonight. Oh, I got it. Ariana Grande, she is isn't it that? But y'all see what's up with her with the? It's like she's not the same person. She doesn't talk the same. She doesn't look the same. It's so her nothing about her. It's two different people. I haven't seen something so strange before. Her subject matter and all that, it's literally a completely different person. That is weird. That I don't get what I know she dealt with some stuff, but that is strange. Highly talented though, but I don't know. I look at her, I'm like, you to swear, like listen to her talk and compare her talking 7 years ago, or it's like these are two people. These are two different people. This is not the same woman. Yeah, what the hell happened on that set with Wicked? I don't get that. It was weird up there. Holly weird can be weird. And this is coming from someone like, see, it begins in the lowest of levels. Because I used to be in a performing arts program, this prestigious performing arts program. They be having you change and all that. Like you got to wear tights for sometimes, like if you're doing Shakespeare or period pieces and you wear tights, and sometimes you change it in front of people, and then it'll just be unisex. Sometimes it'll be just boys changing in front of girls and vice versa. And then there's just a lot of, like, if you got to kiss someone too, there were times that they would do a scene and then they're like, I think we should use tongue because it would get across our characters being that much in love with each other, as opposed to if we didn't use tongue. And then the guy's like, yeah, I think I should caress your chest as well. Yeah, that for the love of the arts, these people will do anything. I understand it to a point. To a point when in most cases, if the script is amazing, then I almost 100% get it all the time. She got an elite voice though. Yeah, she's incredible. She's amazing singer. And she's an amazing impressionist. She can do a bunch of people. Yeah, it's method acting. Yeah. But it's also just the art of of dramatics as well. Like there's this movie, because my friends have asked me this different times. They'd be like, because I'm all about the art and the craft that must be maintained. The chemistry must be respected. They asked me, would I play a gay person in a role? Since that's what I put, that's been my dream to be an actor. So would you play a gay person in a role? I was like, if the script is good, and depending on, am I just acting gay or do I have to partake in gay thing? Because if you're not gay, then it's that's like, no. But if it's just acting gay or being whatever, okay, fine. But then he was like, oh no, you have to do kissing scenes. I was like, oh no. Because there's this, Tom Holland was in this movie. He's getting his back blown out, or it's a show. It's a movie or show. And I saw it with no context. He gets posted up against a wall and he is getting drilled. I'm like, what is this? Tom, what is this role that you've picked? That, I don't know. I'd be like, but then they kept upping the ante. They say, okay, what if it's made by someone? It's like Christopher Nolan, and you got all these people here. You got some of the best writers and directors, and then they want you to be this role. I'm like, oh man, stop, please, stop asking me this question. Wait. So I should be mobbed in a performing arts school is what you're saying? Use tongue, trying to be in the plot. Something like Brokeback Mountain. Like that. See, Brokeback Mountain was a great movie. They gave Heath Ledger flack for that because when he got casted as Joker, there were people like, you're gonna get that gay cowboy to be Joker. He ain't no Joker. He's got sugar in his tank. He can't be Joker. You already did that in that Mean Girls thing. Whoever typed that, when I put that in a video, that dude in Mean Girl, I'm sick of people having the same face sometimes. I saw that. I was like, oh no. No. Listen again. Keep going. You're inspiring. Don't listen to the haters. Thank you. I appreciate you for being here. My name is DK. I'm the GOAT. Sometimes though, I don't believe it's always prudent to not listen to some critical feedback sometimes, because sometimes it's hate like that, because there's a lot of people that think anything is criticism as being hate. So you'd be like, but I hate how that's gotten to where it is nowadays with something. So if you be like a player goes to the free throw line and they've had a great game. Let's say they've got 40 points. They didn't miss a shot the whole game. They get fouled behind the 3-point line and they miss all 3 of their free throws. And it was like a tie game. So you miss all 3 of the free throws, and then you proceed to commit a flagrant or something, and then that other team, they go up there, and so you single-handedly lost them the game. So if you call that out, people are like, oh, that's just hating because he brought them there. It's like, yeah, but you cost them the game. You couldn't make 1 free throw. It'd be something like that. Being a pretty boy and people didn't take him seriously. Yeah. Bears getting split. Stupid phone. About to. Is this not charging? Wait. think it's. Oh, okay, all right, it is. What sub count or success rate would you have to be at to quit regular work and do streaming YouTube full time? Well, due to all the issues and things that have happened, like for while I was gone almost 2 weeks because grandma had a fall, and then so having to, because I was in the middle of, prior to the playoffs, I was training to go back to this bank job there. I was an associate banker, which is just a fancy word for teller. But I sometimes do banking related things. So that's why I say associate banker. I had to quit that in the first place a couple years ago because of this custody battle thing and all that. And then but then I was training to go back there, and because of grandma falling and then some other things, even though that had just happened, but during the playoffs, there were too many things that I had to keep going to the hospital for, and I was getting sick. So if I had committed to the job fully, I just would have been let go or fired. And I didn't want to waste people's goodwill because I feel bad about it anyway, because I felt like I wasted some time because they were getting things to where I'd be able to return there. But it's like I wouldn't be able to, with all these things that are happening. I would just be fired, or I would be inconveniencing those who were working there. So I had to stop that again. So now it's just been in between jobs trying to do something while also feeling as though I'm too paranoid to even leave, because if something happens and then I'm just not here for it. But in terms of uh sub count and all that, it's not really necessarily sub count that matters for a content creator. It's just how many people watch something. But because I thought things would get tremendously better, or at least manageable, because I just want to be okay. I want to be able, as being put in a breadwinner situation after mom passed, I got thrown, all these things got thrown at me. So it's trying to fill her shoes as the breadwinner, and having to take care of grandmother, having to take care of little brother, who he goes back and forth between our house and his father's house. His father has custody, and then the utilities and all of that and stuff. It's just too much for one person to really deal with. My grandmother shouldn't have to work anymore. She's been trying to find a job and stuff. I said, no, I'll do it, because she's in her late 70s. Having all of this, having to face all of this at this age, it's just not fair. She should be able to relax, be retired, and do it. Like having to, you lose your daughter, then you lose your grandkid in the custody battle, then you've got these medical problems, then your grandson over here is back and forth to the hospital, house is always teetering on foreclosure, or this, then you got all these other things. Like you shouldn't have to deal with that at this age. So I wanted to be able to find something steady plus this, and get to the point that she wouldn't have to be bothered with work, period. That's just, I have been less than successful at doing that. But just making enough to be okay would be my primary prerogative, at least in the immediate future, just to take care of everybody. And which is why it makes me again upset when, and just disgusted when I see a lot of creators doing these gambling sponsorships and sports betting sponsorships, because these apps, they're designed for you to lose. They don't like it when you win. When you start to win too much, they lock you out of your account, or they kick you off. It's not in their inherent mainframe to want you to win. So seeing creators resort to that when I know they don't need it, because I can scale now based upon how much I make, as opposed to some of them, they may be a couple 10,000 more than me, or how many people watching, I can get a gauge of how much they're making. It's like, well, you doing this gambling thing just to be greedy. You don't need the sponsorship. You're just doing it for the love of the game. It's just mainly trying to be okay and just not deal with any of this. Oh, thank you so much, Frank, again. Commish, you are great. Cheers. Frank, you've always been too kind. You've been a saint. Thank you so much. Just get to the point that what has also disgusts me, you got people like Neon over here. Man went and faked his death several times, making jokes about raping people, being racist and all that. And that man, he gets hundreds of thousands of dollars to do what? To do what? Just to be on stream and have others create content? Being a shit piece? Just failing upwards, or just stepping on people going upwards? I see that. And then I just think of how, in general, just people who go to work every single day, and then you go 2 different jobs, and I dealing with go 2 different jobs, do this and do that, and then somebody here just do some bull like that and then get mightily rewarded for it, not creating anything worthwhile that's positive, just being negative garbage individual up until you get enriched from it, and now just expect everybody to forget about what you did to get up here. Oh, I'm a different person now. No, you're not. No, you're not. Come back here. You're still down there. You just changed up because you had an agenda. How different is it from people selling out for Raid Shadow Legends? Is that just a game, or does that have some microtransactions in it? Because whenever I hear let's play Raid Shadow Legends, is it just mainly a game, or is there something else that does? Because if it's just a game, then it's fine. So long as whatever I do, because I offered some sponsors, I've had several, like Kalshi even said some, or like some even lower sports betting type things, which shows me they don't even watch the channel. They just see someone with, oh look, somewhat the decent a bit amount of subscribers, he does sports, send them a gambling offer. But it shows me they don't look at no one's channel. They just go and try to get as many different like connect their greasy web as much as they want. So then it's all about getting, if I were to have a sponsor, the hard part is finding a sponsor that isn't nefarious or somehow does a disservice to the viewer. Because that I don't want to say, oh yeah, okay, that's great. I get paid to talk about your service, but your service is garbage. So people who watch me, they get the short end of the stick. It's not too much different than sports betting, because they make money off of your losses. You losing enriches the creator that told you to do it in the first place. And whatever service you get, even if it's not sports betting, would be something that, if it preys upon your inability to get what it is you want or signed up for in the first place, and then I'm like, oh, don't blame me, I'm just the creator, I'm not in charge of that company, then it's like that. I don't want that. I want to find a decent sponsor, one that people know, that's got a pretty good track record, something that I talk about, and then I don't have to worry about looking at some article about you involved in something overseas, involving some like type of thing, or you're funding terrorism, you're doing this and that, like they'll immediately drop the sponsor. Then you can't know everything. That's always going to sometimes happen, but I can't just pick anybody just because money is pressing or we need this and that, because not all money is good money. I wouldn't be able to, my sleep would be even further ruined by the fact that there's people who look at me, tell them to get something just to lose out on and never get what it is they ordered or what they want while I just rake in the dough from that. We think you should take the evil sponsor, and all of us know, just fall for it. We got to get the bag. Yeah, I can't do that. There's too many. Like whenever I see people do a gambling thing or a sports betting thing, and then their audience will sometimes, like, there'll be blowback. Like I saw somebody, I'm not gonna say who the YouTuber is, but I was sub to them because I really enjoyed their content, and it's gaming related, it's video game related. And then they had something that was a free cash. There's something that's called free cash. In and of itself, that should tell you that there's no such thing. But he was peddling this and pushing this. Most of all the comments could only talk about that. They're like, what the hell would you do that for? That's a choice. Why would you do? Then he removed it. And you like that he removed it, but then why did you remove it? So then people say, oh, you only removed it because you were getting negative feedback and you got caught. But so long as it's gone, I'd rather just not be there, period, than just whatever. But you see, his fan base was at war with each other, because you, in the same breath, you had people saying more gambling, this and that, this scam and stuff. My favorite YouTubers doing this, but then you'd have the other side of fan base saying he's got to get that bag. He's working really hard on his videos. He's got to get that. Don't do that. That not by any means necessary way of living. I can't do that. You don't have to do this right here. Does it have to be this? It can't be something else. Allegedly, they had to eliminate an extra couple from Love Island, UK, due to multi-level marketing schemes being their job from one of the contestants. So they ended up with 3 instead of 4 couples. I can't involve myself with that. If I can somehow, if you can wade your way through the entertainment sphere and keep your soul at the same time, then that in and of itself is a win. But that stuff is just no. And there will be people that have plenty of generational wealth, but they still do this gambling thing, which I especially look down on them. I've seen LeBron in gambling commercials. For what reason could you possibly need to do gambling, LeBron? To push sports betting on the people. You are a billionaire. Why? How much money is enough money? Kevin Hart, sports betting. And he's a whore when it comes to that. I've seen him at a lot of them. Why, Kevin? When do you stop? It's like that scene in Breaking Bad when Skylar goes there to see that pile of money. She's like, Walt, enough. We've got enough. Like, what? You can't spend all of this. And you got people out here struggling. You go do the sport. No. Find other ways to put your likeness on other things that aren't this. Then you got assholes like Logan Paul, KSI, and them. They go and try to target kids with that garbage. They make them damn trash little packs of food, Lunchly and all of that. They're not in it to actually help kids stay nutritious. They're just looking at profit margin. They see a whole group of impressionable people who don't know any better. So let's target them so they give us more money through their parents. And we got some mold and all that and stuff, but it doesn't matter because, kids, we got to target kids. No, garbage people. If I was doing anything, if I had the type of influence they would have, I would make a toy or something. But really, it would be for me because I mean, y'all want it, you can. But this thing, because there's some certain like Transformers or certain things like I got this. Look at this here, this Millennium Falcon. Like I got Transformer figures and all that. Like I would fund the creation of certain things to my design exactly a certain way. Then I'd be like, oh yeah, other people can buy it they want, but I'm mainly making this for me. I like that because these things is like collectibles. Yeah, that Cauchy thing with Giannis, and again, I never would have expected. It's like Giannis, not you. Gotta go. Best wishes. Oh, see you silently. I probably missed them. Go to live. This made my day. Thank you, Light Baked. Your go. Oh, you honor me. Thank you very much. Logan Paul is in top 5 of my op list. Understandable. I hate that he's on WWE. I despise that man is on there. He's got the talent though, but just because of he being who he is, if I was WWE or I was in charge of WWE, it's like you can't be here. And they keep inserting him in the storylines. Get him out. Keep him putting all these celebrities in here that they ain't got nothing to do with it. That WWE rant, I have to do that sometime this upcoming month. I got to do something with that. I just saw that segment that they had a few days ago. That segment was so painful to sit through. It was I forgot his name, but then with Danhausen, so it was Danhausen and him, and it was a bunch of dancers around the ring. He's like, I believe that you are cursed. And it went on for, it felt like 10 minutes, and the crowd is just like God, man, enough with this. You look at the ring, it's stuff like Slim Jim, Doritos, and all. It's just so unserious. Just one big billboard of slop. Yeah, Joe Hendry, yeah. Horrible segment. One of the worst I've seen them do in a minute. Painful to sit through. Crowd wasn't feeling it. Cringe. Last time I watched Monday Night Raw or SmackDown was 2023. I got back into it when they had that Infinity War style WrestleMania a couple years ago. When Cody finished the story, and that was an amazing ending. Had Undertaker come back, Rock was there, John Cena was there, but that's really all they got are moments. They create moments, but long lasting storytelling narrative, they just don't know how to do that. And the wrestlers, they don't do enough house shows, and there's so many botches, and the moves just look so choreographed and rehearsed. Back in the day, that's why people for so long was thinking, is this real or isn't it? Because it looked so legit. The most legit anything you really get from WWE, at least a wrestler that exudes that legitimacy, is when Brock Lesnar faces somebody, or when like some select few fighters or wrestlers. But in general, it's like one big dance contest where you're scheduled to fall. Just doesn't, it looks too practiced, too clean, too safe, too PG. NASCAR is hard to watch now. I've never myself felt the need to really indulge in the thing, but I see why people, I just have, it's kind of like same thing with hockey. But that I've seen some more recent stuff. This channel in general has made me pay more attention to some other sports that I had either fallen out of attention with or just didn't pay enough attention to in the first place. There are no characters really. No one like Undertaker or Kane. Yep, nope. And they don't know how to write for them either. They don't know how to create the storylines for them. And whenever and there's too many when I do that WWE rant, there's several things that, I mean, what is more than stuff? That video go easily be 10 minutes long. But then there's too many PLEs, there's too many special events. Once one special event gets finished, there's like another one in 2 or 3 weeks. And they had one like WrestlePalooza. That name is not good. Yeah, you got King in the Ring, WrestlePalooza, you've got Hell in a Cell, like not Hell in a Cell, but there was some other thing. Then they had Crown Jewel, Crown of the, all of that. So now I know nothing's going to happen because you're just going to save it for the event. Back then, you would have big time fights be on just normal TV. Now it's, well, we're not going to do anything. We got to wait till Crown Jewel. At Crown Jewel, you're going to get it. And then they never attack each other. It's always the little bit of scrap and then just walk away. And you're like, they're yelling at him. And then you got the other person like just there like that. Just ends the same way over and over again. Come up with something better. There's always someone interrupting in a fight. Yeah. I agree, Aaron. I think they have really talented wrestlers, but the writing is atrocious sometimes. So it makes the wrestlers look worse than how they are. And then the lack of house shows and them fine-tuning their skills more. Because sometimes I see them, they just look, some of them will look stiff or they'll look rusty because they just don't wrestle as often as wrestlers did back in the day. And you heard plenty of people say this, like John Cena, Undertaker, and all of them, and be like, oh yeah, we compared to back then, now they don't do much anything. Like they barely, it's like, it's still a tough job. But they aren't practiced as they were before. The moves, that's why things come off looking so choreographed and rehearsed. And the promo work too. Like promo work isn't very good. There's just too much, like them going into the PG territory, money wise. Yeah, it behooves you to want to do that, but it's a double-edged sword because once you go PG, you can't necessarily go back because you'll alienate a lot of the young audience you've now embraced and told to come in here and watch. But now you also alienate a lot of the adults that were responsible for building your brand because they're all like, I ain't about to watch this damn Disney Channel Nickelodeon thing you got going on here. If every event is super, then nothing is. Exactly that. There's too many special events over and over and over again. Because like think of the NBA, for example, like they put the NBA Cup there at a portion of the season when people will be engaged, but then they kind of like they tune off a bit, and then it's kind of, well, because the regular season doesn't matter. So we got to instill some interest here. Now imagine if there was an NBA Cup every month. You'd be like, what's so special about it? It's just gonna be another one in another month. And then people don't defend their title. They'll hold on to the title for half a year and not fight. They just show up with it and talk shit and leave. You don't do nothing. And they've also got, it's too many wrestlers that are in their late 30s and 40s, and you don't have any new people to come up after them because you don't write good enough for them to get over. And the people who do get over, you bury them for the same people over and over again that's in their 40s. Obafemi is great. Obafemi is good. Like he's got the it. His promo work and stuff too. He said when he threatened Dominic Mysterio, it was about a month ago. Dom and someone else, he's like, everybody's talking about Oba this, Obafemi that, but they should be talking about Rey Mysterio. He tries to like Rey, his friend hits Oba with the back of Oba with chair. He just eats that completely. He just turns around like, and then they run out. Then he's like, Rey, You done messed up now, Rey. We know that Rey Mysterio, or it's like Dominic. He's like, we know that Rey Mysterio is your father. And then Rey is like, he's not my dad. He's like, I'm going to introduce you to your daddy. That is great. That is great. He's gotten better and better with the mic thing. And this Brock Lesnar feud has been great for him as well. Yeah, the NBA Cup in general, just comparing that to that, but just using that as an example. The NBA Cup on its own, when it comes to the NBA, they mostly did a good job with that. I think there should be more incentive for the NBA Cup, though, outside of just the money for, yeah, there's going to be some players on the back end of the roster that type of money that's like, oh yeah, that's a good payday, but there should also be something maybe draft wise or something added on top of that to make the stakes better. Peter the Mid, thoughts on El Grande Americano? I'm not familiar. Is he a wrestler? Because even though I've gotten back into WWE, I'm not extremely knowledgeable, but in making this rant or I've been collecting footage. I've been versing myself on more, because you got to know what it is you're complaining about instead of just making some blanket generalizations if you don't understand the core reasoning as to why this thing here is the way it is. You should be able to spend a little bit more money in free agency when you win the NBA Cup. Yeah, I think that too. That should be an incentive. You could do that. I don't like the way I like the parity in the league. This is great. Way better than that dark era of Cleveland, or just Cavs versus Warriors, Warriors versus Cavs, and these Frankenstein monster big threes that they was making at the time. But just the aspect of the parity being, you can't then hold on to some of the talent that you've developed. I don't know why. It's like simple things that you would think is because sometimes if you complain about these things, you think, if I know this, they should definitely know this because they're the professionals. They are in the league. They're the ones with the know-how. This is their job. This is their life. And not one time did anyone think, perhaps we should put in here a provision that if you draft talent and that talent develops into stars, you could then keep said talent without penalties towards the cap or putting you over the cap. There should be no. So we got to unload talent. We got to send them off somewhere, which is why you have the Celtics doing what they did with Jaylen Brown, which if it wasn't set up this way, you wouldn't have that buffoonery of getting Paul George. And then because the second apron destroys everybody, they should have made that you keep those you cultivate. Free agent and trading is something else. Like, yeah, but it shouldn't count against the cap if you drafted the player. Georgie Zucker, damn, you still streaming? Yeah, it's one of those streams. Well, I surprise even myself that I'm even still here. Most streams, I average like an hour stream at that before the power goes out, or I end up just having to leave just as a distraction. Not too many of these. That even rarer. Me streaming is rare, but this being this long is even rarer. I feel like Oba is the first time that an American has been portrayed without the racism or stereotypes. Yeah. For the most part, I think so. Dr. Gorilla Fist, I agree with you for the most part. I think Bobby Lashley they just didn't do enough with him. They should have done more with him. Should have had him like go up against Brock Lesnar with that, but that was something else I noticed. So a lot of WWE history, barely any black people are given a position of prominence. I could think of Booker T, but I remember that storyline with him and Triple H. Triple H was basically racist to him that whole time. The story thing, like it's written in there. So I'm not saying Triple H himself is racist, but the storyline is centering Triple H as a racist individual or a somebody who looks down on Booker T because of his race, and he just proceeds to win anyway. So you just had him verbally assault him all this time and look down upon him, all that, just for it to not really mean anything and just give it to Triple H anyway. And the New Day is fired. Yeah. And then what was that other one that was it Kofi Kingston when he got completely squashed by Brock Lesnar in mere seconds? It's very disrespectful. Booker T was my dude, but yeah, he was always used as the black guy in a lot of his storylines. I remember I used to not like Booker T for some reason. I think because he was affiliated with that McMahon Helmsley regime around then, and there were especially Triple H. Like Triple H he's a top 5 heel of all time. They be putting him up higher than he should be wrestling wise, but as a heel, just being a despicable individual up there, like he's easily top 5. That man did some amazing. I hated Triple H. The only person I hated more than Triple H was JBL. I despised JBL back then. How he would treat Rey Mysterio and the things he would say and get away with. I was like, oh. And when that music, Bradshaw, Lakefield, I'm like, oh, I wish nothing. I prayed for his downfall. He was whooping on Ray, like Ray was over here getting squashed by Great Khali. And you got JBL on the outside just saying a bunch of just a stereotypical bull jive saying, where's that machismo, Ray? Your parents, like your family's watching, your son's watching, Ray. Come on, Vato. It's like, ooh, get him. Kill him. Hated JBL. That's how amazing he was as a heel. But Triple H, the stuff that he did, he get it out. Oh, yeah, it was him and Randy Orton. Also, he was an amazing heel. That man, like he truly made me feel as though he be hearing voices or there's something wrong with him. Or he's just this unhinged schizo individual. And then I put among best baby faces of all time, I'd probably have to say Ray. I don't think Rey Mysterio has ever been heel. I can't even really imagine a world where he is. I felt that way about John Cena at one point, but he was kind of heel when he first became himself. But some people just don't work as this, or they don't work as certain things. I had nightmares about skinhead Randy Orton. I'm a big Rey Mysterio fan. For as beloved as Rey Mysterio is, and how much I used to love Rey Mysterio, I'll be wondering, I'm like, he'll be put in these matches where he just gets ragdolled, or even when he wins, somebody comes in there and sabotages, or they'll be beating up on him. I'm like, can someone please save Ray? Where is it? Why isn't anyone running out from the back to save him? When Great Khali was crushing Ray's skull, but at least Batista came out on that one to save him. But in general, Ray be getting these beatings. Ray gets some of the worst beatings, and barely anyone comes out and saves him. Remember the Nexus? Oh yeah, didn't John Cena kind of just bury them? Even though he had that cool line. That was another thing wasted. His whole heel turn. On paper, great, executed poorly because the writing again was terrible. But he had some amazing promo work. He himself was great. He said, I don't bury talent. I bury mediocrity. Ooh. Ooh. Ray is like Spider-Man. Everyone loves him, but the writers use him as a punching bag. Another great heel is Pandemic Roman. Oh, yeah, yeah. When he was at the start terrorizing his entire family. Yeah. He was at the start. Ray is still my GOAT. He's a joke by Vince and company. He's awesome. That Great Khali shit has made my parents tell me his face. Do you think Michael Jordan or David Hasselhoff should like the torch of 28 Olympics or someone else? Now, I would pick Jordan over David Hasselhoff. Yeah, Pandemic Roman was good too. He's done some. Roman has been great recently. How they used to hate Roman because people didn't like him getting pushed on them, and it took that. Like, unfortunately, like how sad it is. It took him getting leukemia for people to love him or people to like him. But when he had this back and forth with Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu is I really like Jacob Fatu. He said that he's like, I'm gonna domesticate you. Excuse me, sir? Imagine a man telling you as another man, I'm gonna domesticate you, turn you into a household pet. Oh no. Oh, that's delicious disrespect. Now he needs to be stopped. But he ended up beating him. And Jacob submitted, which he's like, no, I'm honorable. I mean, I don't want to submit, but that's the way things are. Oh, Kilometer. I love you, Commissioner. Love you as well. My love for you is long. Get it? Get it? See what I did there? Get long, like Kilometer. Yeah. We have fun here. David Hasselhoff. Oh, Michael Phelps. Oh, okay. So you meant Michael Phelps. Yeah, that's difficult. Michael Phelps or Michael. Everybody named Michael just be destroying. It'll just be the preeminent GOAT of whatever it is. Michael Jackson, Michael Phelps, Michael Jordan. That's like 3 Michaels that are definitively, universally seen as the best of their respective profession. I mean, if you can even say Mike Tyson, even though everybody called him Mike, but I remember Jay-Z had a line. He's like, take your pick, Jackson, Tyson, Jordan, games. But I was like, yeah, you kind of reaching with the Mike thing. I still put Ali over Tyson though. The promos with Roman and CM Punk were pretty fire. Yeah. CM Punk he one of the best ever with a mic. He had this his back and forth with Seth Rollins since they despise each other, like in kayfabe anyway. I think they kind of a little bit don't like each other outside of that in real life, but it works so well when Seth Rollins was saying nothing exists between you and I but hatred. All that exists between us is air and hatred. And he's like, who wants me to kick CM Punk's ass tonight? I think I do, or I think I would. And then he was mad. He was just trying to fight with him. And then CM Punk starts talking. He's all like, you've been thinking about me for 6 months? I don't think about you at all. He's like, before when you had the title, you had something I wanted. Now you've got nothing. He's like, I've got important things to do in this business, kid. So stay out of my business. Who will retire Samoa Joe? Watch they try to have Gunther do it. I don't have a problem with Gunther himself. It's they made Gunther not be taken seriously in a certain respect. When you had him lose to he tapped out to Jey Uso, then he tap out to him, and then his fight, he damn near got stalemated against Pat McAfee. What is this writing? Do better with your threats. Like some people, you know, a damn announcer. Roman held that title for too long. I also think when they give a title to someone and they hold it for a certain length of time, depending on what the title is, it's because they don't know what to do with them, or they don't know where to go. They don't know who they'd be giving it to if not them. So it's just this, I don't know, because Gunther, I remember he had that heavyweight title for the longest time. It's like y'all don't know what to do for him. Y'all don't know what direction to take him in, so you just have him as champion till you figure it out. So you have that, and you also have, or will make you champion because nobody else really deserves to be champion right now. So until they do, you're just gonna hold on to it. They love burying people once they get momentum. Oh yeah, LA Knight. I've been seeing what they've been doing to him. Just at some point, it'd be like, could you go and complain to creatives? Like, could you stop burying? Like, I'm near the Earth's core. Could you give me some air, please? Because you had me win something. The all made. I've cracked the Doja Cat. You know what you know that right there, that damn near ruined my whole day. I don't need to see that. The gall, the nerve of some people. They do LA Knight so dirty. Career killer getting. I missed your earlier message or your earlier comment, Health Bar. Career killer getting tapped out by Yeet. And then like you can't take that seriously. You permanently stained his character. People will go on. You can have him do cool things, but people not go ever forget you tapped out to him of all people. Give him someone else better to tap out to. So it's like he can't be held to the same esteem as he was before. Like, write for people better. Some of the stuff I say like elementary school students really would be like, they would write better than this. Why would you have a guy that's career killer? They're like, why would career killer lose? That makes no sense. Like, what they're doing to LA Knight has to be personal. The guy is so talented and they do nothing with him. He upset somebody. It's got to be something. It's got to be a greater reason. Or he's okay with it. And if he's okay with it, I'm not okay with his being okay with it. Crazy how WWE turns all the foundational black characters into clowns and let the Samoans take our swag and drip in serious storyline. Yeah, I noticed that there's a lot of Samoans, like even Jacob Fatu. Like sometimes I know, depending on where somebody grows up, and then they just absorb what's around them. Like you take Eminem for example. Like Eminem I used to be not too far away from where he used to live in Detroit, like one of the other houses we used to live, but it's just like you're around people who talk a certain way, you absorb the culture in a way, and then you talk that way, it's fine. But Jacob Fatu, there's just so many, it's like you give none of this attention or the camera or screen time enough of the to just black wrestlers. And when you got them on screen, they taking L's or they're just doing some comical thing. And you got like R-Truth, for example. R-Truth is so great, but they had him go heel and he was Ron Killings. He has so much more to give, but you don't allow him to. You're just always kept as comic relief. So that's why at least Obafemi is refreshing, because he's allowed to really just be a big threat, somebody that's imposing, and the mountain you can't climb, and just let, thank you. Commission, I'm right here in Detroit too. They always play FBA blacks. That they make all the black characters and the clowns, even Trick Williams shit and Lil Yachty. I'm tired of that Lil Yachty stuff. Stop it with these celebrities. Open our truth on the mic was filthy. Yeah, they just like more of these wrestlers. It's more so writing. I don't. It's the If I were to give a percentage of blame, I'd say maybe 20 to 30% on some of the wrestlers themselves, but 70% of that, 70 to 80% of that is on the writing. They pigeonhole you and they don't give you room to grow. So you got to follow a trash script, and then you just develop trash tendencies, or you don't think beyond it because you're trying to make yourself look better with them. And you feel as though if I just keep saying this trash script, they'll give me something better, and better never comes. Wrestlers themselves can only do so much within the writers are doing. It's always jokes, rap, hood related stereo. Yeah, same thing. Rock himself, like I remember he used to be at that Nation of Domination thing, and then he had branched out with I mean, if you want to count Rock, but then there's always a battle and debate amongst the community of, do we count biracials as fully this and that, and do we whatever? But if you do, then you would say, well, yeah, The Rock is the greatest black wrestler of all time. But he just identifies more with his Samoan heritage than to back in. So it's yeah, I heard about that. Rock was part of that same thing. Like it's a shame how some people treat others. Dark Black, do you make money from your content? I'm fortunate enough to do so. Copyrights and claims persist, so it'll be less than what I could be making if I didn't have to deal with that. Either we have to be pimps, clowns, thugs, no in between. Yeah. Marginalization, massive amount of that. Even that, like I said earlier, I was talking about Marvel. There's now some talk amongst those in the black community that are fans of Marvel, that they're starting to pay attention to some things going on. It was like, okay, wait a minute. You had Ironheart in production hell, and you practically just threw that out there just to be done with it. Then you get Wonder Man got canceled. Then but Black Panther, there was some things there, and there's some other but it's like a lot of net negatives. So unlike with Falcon, for example, you bring back Chris Evans, so it feels as though you're pivoting more so back to Chris Evans than Falcon. They can say they're not, but him being back, period, takes the light off of Falcon. So they're like, I'm seeing a breadcrumb trail here, seeing a lot. And I don't like, as Falcon as a character, not the actor, as a character, I don't fucks with Falcon. I hate Falcon. Falcon is trash. But they made him so. They made him like that. You take his wings away, that's just a guy. Give him a serum. If Sam don't take the damn suit, please take it. So, like he's a 9 to 5. We out here in space. We're dealing with cosmic threats. and you got a pair of wings, that's a paper airplane. Ain't nobody got time for that. We need you on something. Take some steroids. Do crack. Do something. You can't just be this. But in the comics, I don't care. This ain't the comics. Give him a serum. Have him accidentally take it. Somebody goes and stabs him with something. They got some serum on it. Do whatever. Florida Jesus, how are you doing? Commish live streaming. Yes, a rare live stream. I now forget the last time I did this. Every time I say I'm going to do more of them, it's always power outages and stuff getting in the way. It's Yash Dahia. Yo, Commissioner, you're one of the best YouTubers. Hope everything is going well. It's not, but I feel better when I do this stuff. When I am talking and communing with all of you. So thank you. How's that Detroit heat wave? I thought it was gone, then it randomly came back a little. It's not as bad as it was a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago, it was abysmal. It was about 4 straight days of 90 something, followed by I think 3 more days of some high humidity. And nope, I stayed in the basement. I ran away. Who you got winning the Super Bowl next season? I mean, I'd like for the Lions to win, because we were 30 minutes away from going to the Super Bowl like 2 seasons ago. So I'd like that to happen. In terms of the other stuff, I don't really know. I haven't been following enough football, but I want to make some more football videos. Try to just work around copyright. Thank you, Based Jenny. Keep your head up, fam. You the GOAT. No, thank you. Thank you. Yes, sure. Some great ladies. I need the Falcons to win. Who won? I done forgot who won the Super Bowl this year. I can't even remember. I cannot remember. Memory is not good. No, anyway, I can't even remember now. Seahawks, okay, all right. It was the I can't even remember. That's bad. I need the Bears to lose. Hasn't that all they've been doing? Like, don't they get a pass to do something now? Most forgettable Super Bowl. That's probably why I can't remember. I think I looked at it for a few minutes because Bad Bunny was performing, but it was some things are lost. Like that obviously is going to be lost on me somewhat because of a language barrier, but then there's also some performances that will get lost on your average person that don't know nothing about whatever. Like I think how Kendrick's halftime performance, for somebody who is in the know, if you're in the know and you've been following hip hop and been a fan of his and saw the beef between him and Drake, then you got maximum levels of enjoyment. But for those on the outside, a lot of them probably didn't even know who Kendrick was and then probably couldn't understand him. Because I use, again, my grandmother as a metric for a lot of these things, which I think is sometimes important, not always heavily leaning on just that to dictate an opinion, but as an example, because when she saw him perform, she just can't understand what he's saying. But I believe that's probably hip hop, I say, its ultimate weakness sometimes, because I don't think the true message will always be conveyed to some audiences just based upon either it's said in a way that's too fast and it's just not appreciated enough. Well, you had when Kanye made Graduation, that was something that he had kind of done. Like he wanted to strip down any complexities of raps, how it sounded, and just have a more streamlined anthem, stadium status type sound. So it gelled more with it. But you don't want to get too casual, because sometimes you get too casual, then you end up into Jack Harlow territory or Drake on Bad Days territory. So you want to get too much like that, but somewhere hovering above. Maybe like a prime Eminem. Because it was genius and simplicity of what some stuff he was saying, how he was saying, but it would also be complex simplicity. I'm still mad at Kendrick for not dropping that Body song. Where the hell is GNX 2? How can you perform something and then you don't release it? God, he pisses me off. Did the whole damn song up there for the Super Bowl. I love that he did that though, because you don't get too many artists performing new shit live. How you go do the whole make me mad. I want that song, man. He makes me so angry with that. He did that on To Pimp a Butterfly. Tell me who that bitch nigga hating on me. To Pimp a Butterfly, another classic CD. We don't get that either. We get nothing. There was a commercial he did with Dr. Dre. He was like, can't hit her. I wreck with a Pyrex and a projects and a Pyrex. We don't get that either. Pete, some people. Ooh. Do you think Drake will ever fully recover? He already did. He's fine. That I knew that wasn't gonna be the end of him, really. That would do him damage. I didn't think he would. I didn't expect him to rebound this quickly, but I expected him to come back some. But now this isn't like 2000s. If this same battle had happened in the early 2000s or in the 90s, his career would have been like effectively over. Well, his career would have been over with the Meek Mill thing. Because back then, when you got ousted for ghostwriters, you were kaput. But now nobody cares about anything. It's all about, is it sound good and who's making it? He's making the good stuff, so I don't care. Cardi never releasing anything. I've already accepted. Yeah, because he got into mysterious tier, which is something some artists they want. Well, not necessarily mysterious tier, but I don't have to do shit ever tier. When you get up to there and you know fans are at bating breath waiting for you, you just take your damn time making something. That's the tier that if you want examples of others who are in that tier, I release when I want, however I want, and I know it's going to be top 5 or number 1 on the Billboard, but I'm not going to do it. If you want examples of people like that, it'd be Frank Ocean, it'd be Rihanna, it'd be like Adele. They ain't never got to do any, but they never fall off because people are still, maybe today they'll release with Rihanna. But it's really hard to believe that Rihanna hasn't released an album in 10 years. But if she did tomorrow, that would be number 1. And she knows it. Cardi and all them other people, they know it. So that's a very exclusive tier. Lots of artists would love to be there. Kendrick is in that tier as well. There's not too many of them that do that. Jay Electronica, don't get me started on him. Go make me angry all over again. That man, he got all the potential in the world. He like a composite rapper. It's like like Gohan in Dragon Ball Z. He just doesn't realize any of it. He doesn't do anything. Talk about load management. The load never gets delivered. They don't do nothing. I don't know how the man I made a video about him months back complaining about him. He get on my damn nerves. A decade plus, no album. The man had all the talent in the world. He could have taken the throne, but chooses not to, but then talks as if he's on the throne. It's like if he was saying, yeah, Kendrick's my son. Who are you? That man, that he pisses me off in so many ways because his talent pisses me off, the way he says things, because it's so good, but he just does nothing. Half of it was interludes and transition. I can't stand them. That man, the way he says that, he said, I could shift the very tectonic plates of the game if I lay one vocal. Imagine being that good at something and to say so willy-nilly, I could upset the balance, but I won't. Carry on. You're a spectator. You sit on the bench. It's like you go and sit on a team and you're a Hall of Fame MVP player, but you the 15th man on a roster. And we practically begging you to get minutes. Like we give you minutes and you just be like, no. I'm the best though, but no. It's like, ooh. Sounds like he's scared. I wouldn't be surprised. The title of his album, like that high art type of Sistine Chapel type raps he'd be doing. Better in tune with the infinite. Ugh, sends shudders up your spine when you hear that. A man like that doesn't do anything. The line he said on Exhibit C. They call me J Electronica. Fuck that. Call me J Elect Hanukkah, J Elect Yamaka, J Elect Tramadan, Mahamana Salamako, Basulula Supalawa Ta'ala through your monitor. Oh, he's so nasty, but he's such an AFK bastard. Oh, I hate him so much. Oh man. Nas, where would you rank Nas? I can't in good conscience, if we're ranking, if we do an aggregate score of everything that encompasses hip-hop, I can't keep putting Nas. I like people put Nas above Jay-Z. I can't do that anymore. Jay-Z has a far better body of work, far better consistency, far better longevity. I know Nas was like with King's disease and all that and came back, but for the longest, Nas just with the production and stuff just wasn't it. For you to be that good and then it's like, what are you doing? But to put him, people still putting him over Jay-Z because of Illmatic. I'm sorry, I can't do that. If I think of an NBA comparison, it would be like putting Dirk Nowitzki above Bill Russell because of how difficult that ring was, how amazing of a championship that was, and what he did to get there. It's like, I can't. Sorry. Then you say, yeah, but none of Bill Russell's rings are as good as that. Doesn't matter. He's got to we can't keep doing that. Stop it. That he can beat top, but then it's like if you put people up, it's like putting Biggie. As time still goes on, are you going to put like let's say if somebody puts if somebody keeps like let's say Biggie above Eminem, I can't do that with you. Off of 2 albums. Classics though they are, but Eminem has got what, maybe 4? Longevity and all that. I mean, well, I can't even use that. It's not unfair to Biggie because he cut down before you. But I can't like it. You will forever remain at 2, and you've got others who've got more and have done more. It's like, no, you got to move down some. NBA terms, please. With the Biggie and Eminem thing, it'd be like Biggie and Eminem thing. Wait, there's some fly. Damn it, flew away. Oh, some fell over. Greg Oden versus Hakeem. This requires more thought. Maybe not for position to position, but just where this player would rank. This Eminem and Biggie, it would be like, so if I'm saying you continually trying to put Biggie above Eminem off the strength of 2 albums when that man's career is just triple the length, all these iconic moments would be like Hakeem being placed over Tim Duncan on Greatest of All Time. Maybe something like that. I could never put Jay-Z above Nas. He stole his whole flow. Well, for the longest, people saying Jay-Z stole Biggie's flow, or did that. Thoughts on Warriors not making trade moves? It's low key pissing me off. Yeah, it was a big old 0 in this chart. I saw all these moves being done. They did even less than the Pistons because they did nothing but re-sign that mule. I may have a video tomorrow on it. You should do an NBA comparison to rappers video. Yeah. I screenshotted this, so if I do that, Florida Jesus, I will include you in it and be like, oh yeah, the idea, gave me the idea. So let me bring it to fruition. Jay-Z is Bill Russell. Eminem, Michael Jordan. Kendrick, Kobe. I mostly agree with those. I damn near but Kanye isn't like a rapper. Like nobody's putting him in greatest rapper ever because he has people write stuff for him. But if we were just talking about career wise, I would say I would put Kanye as Michael Jordan more than Eminem, because Kanye, he has 3, 4, 5. Kanye has arguably 5 classics. You could maybe even go 6. Eminem doesn't have. I can give. I give Eminem 4. Slim Shady LP, Marshall Mathers LP, Eminem Show, and Recovery. I have a bit of an appreciation for Relapse. but with the accents and all that on there, where he went too overboard with that. Kanye though is college dropout, late registration, graduation. People refer to 808s as that. I kind of there's classic songs on there, but as a project, I don't know if I would say that because it's more so for what it did for hip hop than that album being that album's not that great. But it did things sonically and it pushed the envelope in ways that it created a whole new sound for hip hop and rap. But in general, and that whole thing is like no. Uh then you could say like Watch the Throne, Dark Fantasy, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. So you've got 4 or 5 for him. I don't count Yeezus. Yeezus very pretentious. That's Death Grips, but just done by Kanye. NBA Youngboy is Miles Bridges. $50 is Kyrie. I say $50 is like a. Well, are you just going by just? Is it Ring primarily that makes you think that, or just um being up in people's faces, or just like that? Because I would think somebody like because Kyrie has been able to replicate, like he just hasn't been in a winning type of position again. But if it's just going by ring, I get what you mean. If it wasn't going by ring and it's just in general, then I would say 50 Cent is like Derrick Rose, maybe. Graduation, my beautiful. You don't put late registration in there? I can't put Donda. Donda doesn't deserve to be there. I could never. Donda had unfinished songs on it. Donda had microtransaction songs patched after the fact. So you can't grade him the same way as you would some other artists. Life of Pablo, too. He started doing that with Life of Pablo. To me, that's inadmissible. I can't, because it's like the album score changes later. It's not fair to everybody else in history that released one and dones, and then you go and keep adding stuff onto it. So I can't with him with that. Forgot late registration. Donda has such highs though. Yeah, it had highs, but it in general, there's the way that album was set up, like constructed, and then how he went about it later. Just in the letter of the law of creationism or making music, I don't agree with changing things after the fact. It'd be like I make a video and then I keep changing it afterward. And then you had a previously made opinion based upon a moment in time that was correct. And then I go and change it so I make you wrong, but you're not wrong. What you said initially was factual, but I made it so now that people look at you stupid, like, oh, you just gotta, it doesn't sound like that anymore, bro. No, stop that. That's a bad precedent. I don't like that. NBA GOAT should be ranked by era, not based on of all time. Yeah, it should be, but people proceed to do it kind of anyway. But if we're talking about greatest, who has the best of everything, really, and just the most complete resume with stuff, then you would say people like Michael Jordan is just damn near untouchable. It's a flawless. Like that man's KD ratio is flawless. So because Brontomatons can't talk down the achievement of 2 3-peats, they'll then proceed to talk down the whole era. I've seen a lot of them use Muggsy Bogues as an attack point. League can't beat all that great if Muggsy Bogues was in there at 5'2". averaging a certain amount of points. Like that show you that league was overrated at the time. And it's like, okay, all right. So what you want to say that about Isaiah Thomas? Not the Isaiah Thomas, but other Isaiah Thomas, who's 5'8", 5'9", average height dude. Oh, but he's a few inches taller than Muggsy Bogues, so it's not as bad. Isaiah was cooking some people. So does that make this NBA look bad too? So, but yeah, in the album things, yes, it's Kendrick being Kobe. Yeah, that's a apt one. Kendrick doesn't have a bad album. Everybody else that's still alive anyway have bad albums. Some of them several. Eminem has plenty of bad albums. I love Eminem. Eminem is still to not, in my opinion, to not have him in the top 3 is blasphemous. But he makes some of the music he's made is unlistenable. So yeah, you get like at most people get maybe 3 albums. But that man, Kanye had about 5, damn near 6 or something like that. Just considered classics with the so. And Jay-Z's career benefited mightily from Kanye's being there. Drake is LeBron. Yeah, that goes without saying. That's just a really obvious one. But I sometimes I think, is it the fault of hip hop in general for letting Drake dominate this long, or is it just, I don't know, just for them to let Drake do this for as long as he's been doing it, and there's not somebody that people look at. I mean, it is technically Kendrick, but it's not. It's not just. It's only when it in regards to the skill of rapping that people put. It's like, oh, you're definitely above him, but it's not like this. It's not on everything. If we take everything into account, Kendrick and Drake is kind of like a rock and stone cold thing, but not in the traditional sense of you can look at almost every category and they match each other, because Kendrick isn't matching Drake in terms of just the overall, like the numbers wise, with the other things that go into, like, with just the constant being and people, like, but then Drake isn't matching him in the complexity thing, so it's back and forth. Diddy, Karl Malone. That's a great one. I also think that Drake would have fallen off, and after he did Nothing Was the Same, or not fallen off necessarily, but he would have been on the downturn, like with Max Kellerman, that cliff, that Tom Brady cliff. Oh, he's beginning to fall right now. I think that was Drake, which is why he brought some ghostwriters on. Because Quentin Miller, if you listen to how Drake raps if you're reading This Is Too Late and afterward, it's 2 different ways of approaching it. It's just 2 different styles in a way. How he does it, the delivery and all that. So Quentin Miller gave him that type of boost. And I know he's still been getting some other people that's doing it. Like plenty of, like, of course, we've seen Lil Yachty and all that. So they've extended his career. So he's basically been on PEDs since even Take Care, really. You can say Take Care, because Weeknd inspired a good amount of that album. So Drake has been on PEDs most of his whole career. Whereas other artists didn't go that level, because I think there was just more of a principled manner with them. They would rather just fall off normally than allow themselves to be kept on a machine, that's pumping into them fakes, like bunch of bull crap. Oh, thank you very much, Ellie Hargett. Ellie Hargett. Sorry, I keep messing up your name. Thank you so much for the donation. Now you mentioned Max Kellerman. Kellerman checked one Richard Paul. Drake's last good song was God's Plan. He's had some good ones here. There's some that even on the new album that I kind of like, but that album's still a 6 out of 10. I like that song he did. There's a song he did on For All the Dogs. I got it in my playlist. So this thing, it's like he can still be, but he's more often than not mid. And he's just reached this point of he can just keep delivering slop or the same oatmeal and people will be satisfied. Whereas others get graded differently. I don't understand it. I guess just because he's broken it down to so much of a science that he can just continue to thrive. He's just turned himself into Walmart. Tim Duncan of the Weeknd. Abel is goaded. I've been wondering if there would be anything more said on that front between the Weeknd and Drake, because Drake said he devoted a whole portion of that Family Matters to Weeknd. Him expending that much energy on the Weeknd tells me that was some stuff that was like, he said street shit on that whole verse. He says stuff that wasn't meant to be heard by the rest of us. He talking about some things that could implicate people and all that. And haven't heard nothing from Weeknd after. Weeknd had a whole album after that. Hasn't been nothing. But he's like, if Drake shooters doing TikToks, nigga, really shoot it in your game. That's peace, brother. You ain't getting shit shot, nigga. He's like, you talking about shooters' names on a song? Like, what's? And then that's why a house got shot up. He talking about stuff that shouldn't be uttered on wax. Future finally fell off. Yeah, I heard. It sound like that other guy, that other rapper, that high squeak, that AR or something. That one, I can't remember his name though. Just doing any old thing, and then stuff be going viral. Yo, Dot, I got you. Kanye is so stupid for that. Kanye, he's just an irritant. He goes say, yo, Dot, I got you, and then call Drake the F word, the homophobic slur. Then later say, when Kendrick did what he did to Drake and everybody jumping on him, I just couldn't sit through that shit, bro. That man all over the place. Now he's quiet and stuff. I guess he's just taking his medication. But yo, Dot, I got you. I loved how when he even did that, even though I like the background of that was cool. But when he did that, both sides of fans collectively told him to get the hell out of here. Drake fans and Kendrick fans said, bye. Boy, bye him. Nobody cares what you have to say. Nobody's talking to you. Mainstream hip hop is not good right now. It's in a period of decline because I think that people will see this as just some doom and gloom for hip hop thing, but it was the number one genre on earth for a minute, for some years. But not everything is number one forever. You're going to have a period of decline or stagnation, and this is just one of those times. So only things that are truly special are going to break the barrier. I think that's also a byproduct of the Drake and Kendrick beef, because I think it elevated some people's ears a bit, but it was also counterintuitive. It did some help, but it also did some damage. Because people witnessed such peak, anything else is now going to be looked on in a different sense. So what was already, or what was previously accepted, will no longer be tolerated as such, or will no longer be looked on in the same way. For those who know ball, Drake and Kendrick was like Gojo and Sukuna. And for me personally, after that fight, I looked at the rest like, I mean, it's hard for me to kind of care now. That was just so in the heavens. Everything else is just lesser. Drake and Bam started the Cold War. Yeah. No one ever bumped the Kendrick remix to Mask Off either. Yet not for Kendrick's part. That wasn't his song. I keep the same energy and logic used for Drake when I made that video talking about how Drake's number ones are overrated, because a majority of those number ones are features. And some of those are just because of like Rihanna and all that. That's not even really his song. People don't come to that song to listen to him. Same for Kendrick. Won't nobody listen to Kendrick's verse on Mask Off? It don't even really match the vibe of the song. That's something else Kendrick has a problem of. There are times that he has had songs where he kind of kills the vibe of the song a bit. His verse on Goosebumps too. I didn't like his verse on Goosebumps. So I want to be with you. I want to be. No. Some other ones. Some of his recent stuff too that Kendrick been like, there was this leak. He got some that I was like, no. Ye's verse on Fall Out Boy's "This Ain't a Sin" is one of the worst verses. you know, that makes me think. I gotta re-listen to that. I have to listen to that again, but that makes me think of when there's some audio of him ranting when he was talking about Forever. So the song that he was on there with Drake, Lil Wayne, Eminem, and he said, when I heard Eminem shit, I redid my verse. I rewrote my verse twice. I care about the art, bro. I care about the art. I rewrote my shit for 3 days. And then that's like that's a rewrite. And then that song, like his whole part, he has the weakest verse out of everybody on there. And that was a rewrite? You rewrote that several times? Forever is a generational song. Yeah, and you will never get another one like it, because who you even go put from nowadays? Like if a bunch of people got on a song, that's like, yeah, I ain't gonna be saying nothing worth a damn on there. You put who? Uzi, Young Boy on there, Lil Baby, please. None of that is good. They don't do big ensemble tracks like that no more. Yeah, because they all of these bunch of ego and soft behavior, and there's no talent like it was before. Like all the people in them Forever, they can at least now. I like Drake now, not then, but now you get them. It's like, yeah, they can freestyle, they can do stuff without a backing track. Drake still use backtrack kind of whatever, but these people now, they can't do nothing. Like their showmanship is not good. You put them on a stage, you remove the auto-tune, remove the pyrotechnics, not good showmanship, not good performers. They just be walking around with their pants sagging, slurring lyrics. Imagine paying money to see that. No. Last name ever, first name great. Yeah, that is a great line. His whole verse, everybody's verse on there, except Kanye, is really great. Lil Wayne's thing. He said, hop aside my roller coaster. He's like, life is like a fucking roller coaster when it drops. But what should I scream for? This is my theme park. My mind shining even when my thoughts seem dark. Pistol on my side. You don't want to hear that thing talk? Ugh. What was some other verses? There was a verse Drake did on he was with that song on the Game, where Game was talking about Drake was being set up to be jumped on there on that 100 song. Drake destroyed that song in a good way. I don't even want to listen to Game's part. He did that on Rico too. I don't listen to Meek Mill's part. And then got Meek Mill again on that other song. Going bad on him or something. He did that, destroyed. I don't want to hear Meek's part. I turned the song off after that. Stuff I think, dang, we still going. Yes, surprisingly. This is half a work shift. I done been here. Always skip Meek's verses with Drake. Yeah, Drake, that because Meek in the back of the car yelling. I don't want to hear that. Dreams and Nightmares was great, but it's like sometimes Meek's production is just so much better than him, than what he says on it. So then then I feel the same way of Kanye. Kanye be having his production be better, but what he says on it, like Carnival, for example, great beat, great instrumentation, everything. What Kanye says is not good. Oh, she says she goes something like that. Oh, she says she goes something like that. You ruin the whole song. Get him out the studio and get him into a straitjacket. Not good. Some people that and I do have to give Drake credit for this. Like, he's never made a truly, I say the worst song he's ever made is probably Wagwan Delilah, is it baby? Like that one. I say that, and then there's like one or two other ones. Kanye has plenty of songs that are just bad, and Eminem especially so, unlistenable songs. The one when he sings in Spanish. Yeah, that one. That's the one I'm thinking of. Meanwhile, Kendrick, he had that great one. That one that he was on there with, and I know the song name and it's in my playlist, but he on there with Schoolboy Q. This your favorite song. Translation, then aquí mamila seculo. Tincani monwemi veros, simpate mureses veros, que pase untotin veros, and DJ Cabron. Let's get it. I probably didn't even say it right, or at least like just the direct of how you truly enunciate it. But that, nights like this, I'm a fight like this. Sworn on hand, I fight like this, and I'm more than a man, I'm a god. This when I say do, bitch, that BK dog. Cardi carried Carnival, yeah. But then there's a song like, I don't like NBA Youngboy. Like, his voice is annoying and just all the but there's like two songs I've ever liked from him, and I got both of them in the playlist. Everything else I don't care for. He had a song he did with Kanye, and it's Alive, and I think it came out end of last year or maybe the beginning this year, around that time. His part I liked. Kanye ruined that song. And then they kept going. I was like, no. And then Cardi was on that song. And I don't care for Cardi's verse too much, but it was better than Kanye's. And I kind of like some of the stuff Cardi does on there, but I don't. Some people be on something, be like, get them off. Get you not on the same page. That one song he got, I want everything black. A Range Rover black. Something else black. And I ride like 30 road. He's like, a nigga Ric Flair. That is hilarious. That is, I got that song on there. That was, I like that one. In general, though, I kind of don't care about the rest of the stuff. His voice just annoys me too much. What would be the artist comp for Ron Artest? I don't even know. I mean, I couldn't say. I can't say Suge Knight, I guess, but you say some. I don't know. I have to think. Birdman, yeah, I think that would work. Stop playing with my fucking name. I ain't gonna say it no more. I remember that happened. That was hilarious too. Did you pull up on Ross or Trick Daddy that way? I'm pulling up on you, nigga. I ain't got no more. You finished or y'all done? I ain't got no more talk. Let's rock. And that interview with is that Dame Dash on Breakfast Club, when that's a legendary, that's one of the funniest interviews I've ever seen in my entire life, from start to finish. That was incredible. I saw the top comment on that video. Someone said, I damn near tore my ACL running to this video. Oh man, that was hilarious, incredible. I was laughing there was barely any moment that I wasn't hysterical. What do you think of that? I love MF Doom. Mad Villainy and the other stuff that he's done is great. And I had become, well, I first heard that was on the Boondocks when I heard the all caps. But then I just didn't know for the longest. I didn't know who had done that when I was little. But then I became more aware of MF Doom through Earl Sweatshirt, because I used to love Earl Sweatshirt. Doris is still one of my favorite albums. And on one of the songs, he's like, product of the villainy, product capable of plain clothes, riding with no niggas who probably was going to remain broke. And I was like, who was that? The villain? Then I was like, oh yeah. I see the Doom influence. Doom was like it's like a cartoon, like a character with the way that he one of the greatest ever. How do you feel about Vince Staples? Vince Staples is really good, and he's also funny without trying to be funny. The Baby is good at rapping on songs that aren't his. Yes, I agree wholeheartedly. He's also great at doing freestyles, but when he makes his own thing, it's like, where is he? And the Baby, he was great on some features too. That one, I got this in a playlist too, but now I forget the name. At the end, he said, I just put diamonds in all of my teeth, and I probably think I ain't intelligent. And a homicide unit interrogation, that's a question, but I ain't telling shit. Bitches call me a jock all-American. I'm about to he came in and destroyed. That was great. That was great. Even his verse on Donda was great. That was probably the best verse on there. He and Jay Electronica had the best verse on the whole album. On Jail. Yeah, he was on jail. Guess who's going to jail tonight? having a good verse on a J. Cole song is a stat. Drake has also had plenty of songs where he's been outdone. You Only Live Twice, that was on Certified Lover Boy with I like Rick Ross's verse better than Drake's on there, and Lil Wayne destroyed that song. He bodied it into the earth. And the one he had, Seeing Green, with Nicki Minaj, Drake, Lil Wayne, Lil Wayne. I didn't even want to listen to the rest of the song after Lil Wayne's verse. I don't know if you should have one. You should start a music page. Music page, like what, another channel like that? I thought about it. I thought about just making a whole new channel for just music, hip hop stuff, but I'm not doing that. The so I talk about hip hop and all that on here plus NBA things. But if you mean like a page where like I share my Spotify playlist or something like that, then I would. But YouTube makes it too. It's not worth it. It's like you when you make a new channel, that new channel isn't monetized, and you'll have a lot of stuff that you'll put a lot of work into, and then there's just nothing to be seen from it, and then having to the channel won't get pushed out the same way because it's still compiling things. Like, you should just be monetized all the time whenever you make a new channel, is what I think would be fair, instead of having to rebuild a whole new building, instead of using some of the parts from the other building. So Doja Cat or young Beyonce? Okay, my delusion aside, young Beyonce has that's not too that's actually difficult, and I'm not just saying that because I'm obsessed, or like that Doja's blinded me with that, because Beyonce dances, but she doesn't dance like Doja. So Doja is the better dancer of the two. Singer, Beyonce easily. But then like just overall skill set. So Doja raps and dances and sings. The only category Beyonce beats her in is singing. So that in terms of just generational talent, then, and like discography, then yeah, you of course easily pick Beyonce. But if it's just a one for one, I would have to maybe pick Doja. I don't know. Why are we acting like Beyonce ain't like that right now? Nobody says she isn't. She just ain't never danced. She ain't never in her skill set had dance moves like Doja. Never. Doja's the better dancer. Yes, yes, please go. Who Bull and Zoom? Like, please. I'm a butcher your name if I say it, but you go and look up Doja dance. I swear I'm not lying. Go and look it up. She's not. Beyonce is never doing that stuff. Has never done the stuff Doja does with that. Doja doesn't wash her dancing, but she's comfortably better. Who's your favorite pop artist? Current pop artist? I can't really. It's not current, but I would say Lady Gaga is one of my favorite. I have Lady Gaga CDs. Lady Gaga is a talent, but she's not current. She's like legacy artist. She can do whatever. But as of right now, it's kind of pop artist. I don't really know. Maybe because I do like that dude. That dude Benson Boone. One of my best friends, he been giving me flack for that. I'm like, but he's the man. He did a flip off a piano, and he's got some vocals like that. I like that him. You've been on for hours. Respect. Thank you. The Pennant Journal. You should post random music takes. You should be able to have like some sort of hub for channels for this time. You can have everything tied together, but YouTube ass, yeah. Yeah, Benson Boone. Yes. Mr. Electric Blue. Yes. These beautiful things that I've got. Yes. Yes. But yeah, I'm gonna have hip hop and stuff related things. It'll be on here as well. Having a whole separate channel, it's not, and I don't have the luxury of divvying up more time to get that channel on wheels plus this one. Getting that second channel off in general was an irritating process, because it was a few months, because I just couldn't devote enough of myself to that one. And it took me talking about Robert Downey Jr., his reveal as being Doom, that got me the watch hours and all that to get from there, because it's not easy. Like, it's, even though having an audience for one thing makes it easier for other things, but people don't like moving really to somewhere else. It's one thing to move from one spot to another on an app. That's not that bad. But then if you want to spread or like make people more aware of other things, telling them to go to a whole nother site, even I don't like that. As somebody who will be a fan of some people myself, I'm like, I gotta go all the way to this other website to do, I don't know about that. Just do stuff here. So in general, this will always be, it kind of just be like an ESPN type thing. It'd be entertainment, sports. So it'd be that plus the sports to go with it. But things that are unlike sports and have nothing to do with sports will rarely, if ever, get put on this channel. They'll always get put on the second one. Like, I'm never gonna put an anime thing on here. I don't think, because the audience is too big conflicting thing. But because and then if I did it, it would make that other channel redundant. So anime, movies, and all that will be on there. The only time I'll talk about a movie on here and have a video will be if I talk, like, I had a Space Jam video for the longest that I just haven't gotten done. Or no, I had half of it done and then it got deleted or something. Space Jam and Space Jam 2 and why Space Jam 2 is ass. Since it has something to do with basketball and basketball players, then yeah. If it's a movie or something like that, then yeah. He got 2 channels. Disgusting. It's one too many. One was already bad enough. Hope summer is going well minus the heat. Yes, it was worse a few weeks ago, but it's a sauna. Only reason I'm even up here now is it's not as hot. Avatar Crash Out was great. I was rushing with that video as well. There were some things I wanted to, there's about a good 3 minutes or so I wanted to put extra onto there, but it's not too much more to talk. It's like the plot was flimsy at best, and it was some hates Burna Boy as much as I do. What, an actual Burna Boy or Kevin Durant, aka Emily Dickerson? Have you ever seen Awful Coaching's channel? Yes, that I have. I made a reference to him and a video like a month, no, not a month, a year ago or something. It was a little thing. I like how when he talked about the Pistons once, he was talking about how garbage um Monty Williams was. He's like, he is a disgusting human being. And awful coaching fell off hard. He said something about, like, he had this very weird live stream where he was talking bad about Kenny Beecham and couple other people just out of nowhere. It was kind of like the, and he had also with some I can't remember who it is, like a coach. Were they like a Detroit Lions coach or somebody, like where he kind of wished death upon them or the cancer or something. And then I remember it spread on Twitter. A bunch of people were talking about it. Legend of Winning talked about it, made a video about it. And after that, things just haven't been the same for him. It's strange. Yeah, when he was talking bad about Kenny, who I didn't really, surprisingly, I didn't know who there's so many people I don't be knowing who they are. Until he said Kenny Beecham's name, I didn't know who Kenny Beecham was. Like, I'd seen his face before, but I never clicked on the channel or anything. And then he's talking about I'm like, who's Kenny Beecham? Then I go and see it. I was like, oh, him. And then then he called him an industry plant. And then there was some radio host, or Kenny Beecham has this something that he does, this a radio type thing or something, and these guys' time slot went from an hour to 30 minutes, and then this older dude was just, he was hating, he was mad, he was like, who even is this guy? He's like, oh, he's just some tuber or something, like, we've been doing this for so long, and he came off as such it was hilarious. Because he's like, he ain't never heard of, but then that's differing demographics. There's older people that will never hear of certain celebrities or stars or anybody in any field. So when they come here and do something and you get pushed back because of it, there's like, who is this nobody? I've never heard, because there's no real monoculture anymore. Everybody's split up into what they enjoy. You'll be a celebrity to one demographic of people, but no one else has heard of you. There's people with 10 million subscribers on YouTube right now I ain't never heard of, and probably never will, till I accidentally click on them or a controversy comes up. There's no monoculture anymore. Back then in the day, everybody's looking at TV. Everybody's looking at the same 5 channels. So if something happens on one of them, you talk about that the next day. Now everybody's on streaming. Everybody's this and that. Nobody knows who anyone is. Nobody hears no one's music. So it's that, and the talent isn't as good as it used to be either. Because now, especially, you don't need talent to get anywhere. You just bullshit your way up there. Or stream and be a nuisance, a mosquito, a blood-sucking leech, and get up there. I only follow you and Kenny for basketball YouTube. Oh, well, I thank you and appreciate you, Wilson Phillip, for that. That's good company to be in. For myself, mainly. Mr. One Nate. Hope you're having a blessed night. I hope you are as well. Jeff Bayless is fire too. It's recently discovered. I mean, I never heard of him until you just said something. I wasn't. So many people, but in general, I'd be an ostrich in some ways. My head be in the sand. There'd be plenty of people I'll be hearing about. The Legend of Winning is cool. Yeah, I used to watch him on my old channel. He was one of the first NBA YouTubers that I subbed to and watched consistently. So it was him, Mike Korzemba, and Dom 2K. And Oprah Syverson. And then he had some controversies and some other stuff. Like he made some clothing line and then people didn't get their orders and then they never did. And then they was like, I haven't heard of Low in forever. Oh, he's very active. He got multiple channels. I'm glad you make real content. A lot of NBA YouTubers just drag 30 seconds talking about to a 15, 20-minute upload and spam posts daily. You know, so I'll be going off main points sometimes. I'll be talking about something, then I forget my place. I'm like, oh, right. This is a basketball channel. I got a basketball. Or I get off subject, then I try to go back. But yeah, because that's all the algorithm and the platform, it entices you to do that. I don't really like that. My own, like again, using grandmother as an example, because she's been watching more of YouTube recently, and she started noticing too. She's like, there's some information that I want to find out sometimes, but some of these people be talking so long and then they put it at the end. Why aren't they saying it in the beginning? Why are they put it at the end? It's like that. That's the game. That's what they do. When videos go, you can tell, especially when somebody wants ad revenue, if a video is 8 minutes and 1 second, then they're doing that just for there have been times that if I get it to 7 minutes 30 seconds and I'm not realizing it, because then I just make it, if I say everything I've had to say, then I say 7 minutes 30 seconds, I say, okay, well, let me try to look up something else to see if there's a matter of importance that I can talk about that has some new information instead of just padded with nonsense. But then if you see them 8 minutes 1 second or 10 minutes 1 second, that's them just trying to get it exactly there. Be like, ah, yes, double ad revenue, triple ad revenue. There we go. The flight mic always does it. So I heard plenty of people complaining about him for various things. You should watch some on Kenny's videos. He always has great takes and he's chill as fuck. Only negative thing is that he's a Bulls fan. He's a Bulls fan. I've seen that, like, after when that whole thing between awful coach and them happened, then I looked, saw some things. I say, yeah, he makes great content as well. Very deserving of what he's been doing. The work, time, effort that he put in. It's always good to have a balance of some people. Like, I'd say if I gave an honest opinion on just the channel, like stuff in general, if I'm a random viewer and then I think of the channel, I'd be like, well, I am negative more often than not. I do make things entertaining and stuff, but then you have those who will be positive, and it's good to always strike up a good balance. So then you see two different perspectives. But then and I try not to, even if there's something really good too, I want to talk about it just to say, oh yeah, this was good. I appreciate this and that. And even if it's a player that I despise and don't like it, they do something great, I always compliment them. But some people, some YouTubers, they'll just go, even when they do something good, it'll be, that doesn't mean anything. Oh, he got carried. Like the amount of LeBron hate channels too. And that, like, those, like, you know who they are, like where it's not just I don't like LeBron. For some of them, like, they hate him, they want him in prison or jail. Like they I've seen like a couple of them even say that he should be locked up with Diddy and he should be. I'm like, okay, all right, we need to stop, we need to calm down. Rusty Buckets makes great NBA. I used to be sub to him too on my other one. Jimmy High Roller, yeah, of course, yes. I was sub to Jimmy High Roller as well. That man, he's probably he. I think of NBA YouTube that isn't 2K, because I separate 2K. If it's 2K, then you put people that's like Chris Smooth Flight reacts like them. But if it's NBA YouTube, where it's just talking about the league and this, that, and I'd say Jimmy High Roller is the best. Production value and all that. Yeah, I couldn't make my whole channel off of just this one like to hate, because it's like, that's why when that dude said that on one of the videos a year or something back, I said I'm making it a point to not talk about LeBron for 3 months. I refuse. Like, for you, I was like, boy, son, you dare? You play with fire of this magnitude? Okay. I said 3 months. And then, of course, that's when the Luka trade happened. You see how these things have such great comedic timing? I take months. I said, I'm not talking about LeBron until I think March something. And then the Luka thing happened. It's the universe goes out of its way to punish me for no reason. And the only way I could talk about the Luka thing, and because I wasn't about to break it, I would say I'm just going to talk about the Mavericks trading Luka, but not the Lakers and LeBron. But that's the only way to get out of that. Other than that, I'm not. I had to wait until my exile, my self-imposed exile, wore off. I wish Scott knows it. Oh, hello to you, Queen Raven. Thank you for tuning in. At least you won that bet. Yeah. And then I had to end up blocking dude. That's the only person I've blocked. I blocked him on Twitter. Is he over here putting AI Stephen A. Smith face over my face? And then that's like, I don't gotta. Why are you adding me at 3 a.m.? I'm trying to edit and do something, and I'm getting notifications that I can't whistle, but that the notification with the two is like, oh, you're being added. It's like, stop talking to me this late. I want to open my phone, and every time I see it, there's you. Get out of here. Blocked. And I blocked him with a LeBron quote too, since he's such a Brontomaton. I said, that one right there made you the greatest blocked user of all time. Some people just don't know when to quit it. There was somebody that came in the Discord saying a bunch of racist stuff because I said I made a joke about Trump. I said, why you go come here and fall asleep in the game? You could have slept your ass at home, laid up on the sofa in the Oval Office and went to sleep. You go come here to the game, hold up traffic, inconvenience fans just to sleep here? Get your old ass out of here. Then he could get him mad. That man went, what did he do first? He left a bunch of stuff, racist stuff. I don't even know how the comment even got through YouTube's thing, because YouTube will delete comments. This man went off the rails. And I responded back just saying that have fun reading this, knowing that I will never read what you say again because I have shadow realmed you. Bye-bye. You can still comment. I just won't ever see it. He got mad and went to the Discord. Or no, he went to my Instagram and sent me something. I didn't even respond, blocked him off of there. Then he goes to the Discord and says something. And he got blocked so quick, I didn't even know he was in there. Somebody in one of the refs or mods told me, oh yeah, I just blocked this guy. Now so I was like, look, this man is sick. Sick people, these are. There's not, that's why I told you I don't like stands of anything. It doesn't matter who they are. It could be Barb's of big Nicki Minaj, Trump fans, Make America Great and Bad. They all act and behave the same way. They're unreasonable. You can't talk to them. You can't converse with them. Anything negative about who it is they idol worship it's the end of the world. They can't see beyond them. So I ain't got time for people like that. It's like, you can relax, man. It's not that they don't know you. They don't know you. And Trump isn't Doja. Not even on his best day. So what are we even talking about? I'd be more susceptible to understanding if it was Doja, but it's not. So bye. I made a video when Trump had won. I was talking bad about, I was like, how does this even happen? Because you got Kamala Harris up here, you got damn Megan Thee Stallion and people twerking for votes. You can't expect anybody to take your campaign seriously. People are suffering. People got legitimate problems. Don't nobody want to hear, I'm a savage, classic, boozy, ratchet. Get off the stage. None of these celebrities. Eminem came out there and was speaking for Kamala after Obama when they were in Detroit. Of course, I was like, Eminem, please. I would never involve myself with politics unless it was someone I thoroughly believed in and I believed they could do some good. Not this fence sitting, I got paid to show up type thing. Eminem showing up to do what because we're in Detroit. Yeah, okay, yeah, of course. But you're talking to people that struggle every single day to put food on the table for their kids. They're sometimes working 3 jobs. They barely have any time to spend with their families. And you go put this out of touch celebrity up here to tell me to vote for why? Because you say so in your mansion? Nothing you say matters to me ever except entertaining. Anything you say that Trump may or may do won't even affect you. None of them are affected. It's the same America that it's been 8 years ago, 20 years ago for them, for the rich and famous and elites. Nothing changes. It's only us who are just civilians trying to make our everyday life that stuff changes. Whoever's in office, they may whatever. So don't nobody want to hear that. I be seeing my classmates talk about bets and it makes me worried about my job. Yeah. Election so cooked, man. To brain running. Would you vote for a candidate if they brought out Doja? No. If Doja was the candidate, yes. See that's you got to think that. Yeah, I vote for Doja. ASAP Wisdom, you're definitely one of the most talented NBA YouTubers. Entertainment value, charisma, solid analysis. Oh, why? Thank you very much. ASAP Wisdom, thank you. Does my heart good to hear that. Keeps me motivated, and I appreciate you for being here. Yeah, because I'm gonna vote for you because this rich person said so. They all know about my problems. Yeah, nothing they say matters. That stopped mattering. That's something that I do like that came as a result of but I struggle to find something I like. But when Trump won in 2016, the celebrity vote that died with him winning because there was a lot of people saying George Clooney, all these other people, and then I remember all these bozos singing during the pandemic, singing John Lennon's Imagine. Imagine there's no color, no this. Imagine all they're in there like how shallow and how ugly can you be? You're in a mansion with unlimited resources, bed and breakfast, maids, waitresses, live in McDonald's, while everybody else is stuck, they got laid off, can't work, and you're talking about imagine all the people. Shut up. I would have never, I swear, if for no other reason, to be famous just to talk about how lame famous people can be with stuff like that. Don't you ever tell your average working person how to think and what to vote for, unless it's something that you yourself have gone through or something you believe that you can like put your career on that. Then if you aren't willing to fight for that, don't say anything about it. The most out of touch celebrity I've ever seen got to be The Rock. Yeah, Rock is just a walking billboard. He's just one big advertisement. I remember he went to that burger place, whatever burger place that was. He's like, I've never been here. So great. So great. It's like people was like, you were here last year, like a few times. Like, are you? Then he forget. He's just one big ad product placement. He's an unskippable ad. That's all he is. He's reduced himself to that. In and out. There we go. Yeah, in and out. You ain't never been in. It's like, I've never been here before. I've never been here before. Easily avoidables too. Zenki the Demon, how are you doing? Mondani should run for president. I think that dude got motion and would make America and their allies in Brazil better. I'm saying that from Brazil. I mean, he got the cachet. I mean, that's an easy step to the presidency. You were being mayor of one of America's greatest city, most known, recognizable city. And there's nothing everybody has nothing but positive things to say about you, flying colors, and pretty much all your campaign promises you followed through on. If he wanted to, I mean, he can definitely. I mean, I know that's going to be like down the line, perhaps. That's very easy. That's the easy. You're mayor of New York City. And you're doing this great. It's not mayor of just any old random city. No, you could say, I did this to New York. That's automatically a selling point that would endear him to voters if he decided to run. Oh, wait, what? He wasn't born. Oh, well. Oh, well. Never mind. Forget it. Should the Pistons have won in 2005? Yeah, there was something. There was something that happened. I remember there was. I think we should have won. We also should have drafted Carmelo Anthony, not Darko Milicic. Doja should run. I would support that. I think we need to have a NASCAR series, but it's streets takeovers. That would be hilarious. Huh. Oh, think about that. I would watch Doja run anywhere, as would I. What about Draymond Green? Why y'all got what? Do y'all want my blood pressure to go up? Get this man's name just out of my proximity. I don't want anything to be. I don't want to be reminded of him. I want to think about him. Pistons with Melo could have been a dynasty. Yes, it very much could have. They had even told him they were going to draft him, but then they didn't. Like, he was under the impression that he was going to be a Piston, but that Darko Miller, and then he was out the league like not even too far long after that. It's just a waste, absolute waste. You got a Discord? That I do. I would link you. I don't know if messing this up, if that would mess up the stream, but just go to any video Like, go to my recent video and go in the description, and you'll see it in there. I even mention it in the video. So just go click description and you'll see it there. Any of the videos, just look in there. Sometimes I forget to put it in there, but it's on the recent one. Finna do it to Yak. So what, he hating on a rookie right now? Ugh. Dang, longest stream ever. Oh, it is now? Good. Records are being broken. Yeah, the Discord is great. I have plenty things in there. I have I made it all myself, but I have some great like mods there are called refs. And the only ones above them are general managers. All the ones who are general managers are all my friends in real life or best friends in real life, but they live in Canada, all except for one of them, and they aren't really active on there. But I have all types of things on there: a movie category or movie channel, uh, racing channel for NASCAR fan. Even if I'm not necessarily a fan of it myself, just to have people who, if they want to talk about it there, just to be a hub of all things pleasant and entertainment wise people can talk about, not just NBA. Doja even has her own channel on there as well. But of course, these things are done. Doja section got to be changed. Never. Taylor Rooks, she's not even in the, she ain't put in enough work to be on the same sentence as a Doja. Doja channel is age restricted since a few days ago. Yeah, one of the refs or the mod, one of the he had done that. His reasoning for doing it, I understand it, because he was saying how a certain thing, like if people get reported, like, but it was a reason for it to make sense. At first, I thought it was Discord that did it retroactively, because I don't put anything in there. I don't share any images or stuff like that that could be anywhere closely associated with like risque type images or something. I would never do that. So I thought the Discord server had misinterpreted something, because YouTube does that too. But he had done it. But I understand it. I get why. Commissioner Luca wrong again. You go end up in the penalty box with this. What is this? This slander. Would you prefer thick Doja or slim Doja? No, I still pick her back then over. She was utter perfection then. If there was if you could say she had all badges, 100 overall back then, that the Moo version, or around the time, yeah, like Moo to that Juicy video or the Say So thing, 100 overall. Right now, she's like 98. I say 98 or something. It's the truth. You need to hear it. Falsities. Don't read me over, coward. Nathan, what are you doing here? Streaming. Baldur's Gate. Bro, can you smile? I ain't never seen you smile. There you go. I can't believe people buying 2K26 Deluxe. Never. Unless I get it for free. I mean, if people really want me to get it, I'm not gonna have. I just can't spend. I'd be like, what? It would be an investment though. Because then I would get to play with some of you that are watching. That'd be the only reason I'd get that. But I really don't want to get 2K ever again until stuff is fixed or changed. GTA 6 though is a different matter. But I would get that through Game Share as well. I wouldn't have to deal with the absurd price that they have for it. But they control the market. I'm surprised it wasn't more expensive. But them having restrictions in certain parts of the game or like certain stores, but then you got to play, like people just go end up getting $100 version anyway just to have access to everything, and they know that. I want to make a collab ad with you. How do I get in contact for that? On my main channel page is email information. You could send me an email through there. But I say now, due to just how hectic and erratic and inconsistent my life has been, there's high chance I won't be able to actually follow through on any collab. So bro, Barrett new to smiling or being happy. Oh love. Thank you. How do you feel about PlayStation getting rid of physical discs? Terrible decision. PlayStation has turned into Xbox of the previous generation. When Xbox called themselves doing that DRM and all that stuff because they were the industry lead or they had the leg up. See, whenever you get too big, you become cocky, you become illogical. You think you can do anything and then you can push the boundaries and get away with stuff. And Xbox lost that generation and then proceeded to lose the next one, being the current one. Xbox hasn't been the same since that dumb move, and PlayStation may not be either. They may have saved Xbox because Xbox was talking about how this may be the last generation for them because that's how dire things have looked. Just be like, why even make consoles anymore? PlayStation has been outselling us damn near 3-1 in different instances, and these console exclusive games aren't exclusive really anymore. They're releasing multi-platform. Halo on PlayStation, one of the nastiest things I've heard in my entire life. That's so gross. That's like saying that's like Isaiah Thomas wearing a Michael Jordan jersey. You can't get much more gross than that. No, this man, Commissioner Luca, did not say Doja is like James Harden. Are you trying to be suspended from this league? That alone, that's like a 65 game suspension alone. What about Harden wishes he could step back as good as Doja. I guarantee you, if she ever decided to be a basketball player, she would make him look foolish. And she wouldn't be a foul merchant either. And she wouldn't shrink in the playoffs. And she wouldn't team hop. And she wouldn't be a Yelp reviewer, strip club Yelp reviewer like he is. Oh, Steam Machine. Yeah, I've heard great things. Like some friends mention that. Yeah. Doja doesn't have any perfect albums, just like again, like what is it? See, I pray for you, Commissioner Luca. I pray for you. One day you will see the light. One day you will see the error of your ways and you'll be like, oh, I was wrong, Commissioner. I don't know what I was saying. And I'll be all like, I don't know if I can forgive you, my son. Ask me in 10 years from now. And you say, but Commissioner, I say, no. It's no perfect album. Did you not hear Planet Her? Did you not hear even her recent one? I don't know why I don't even like that flopped. It shouldn't have flopped. Great. It's technically her best album in a way in terms of cohesiveness. Give me Doja's best album. I'll listen to it after stream. Well, if it's talking about her most popular album, it would be Planet Her. But in terms of, I believe her best is really her recent one, which is the V. Album cover isn't good. I would, if I were there, if I were her significant other, I would have been like, respectfully, this album cover isn't it. Doesn't match the tone of the album. It doesn't match the sonicality of it. It doesn't. No, it's clashing with the no. Change that. If she told me no, I'd be like, oh, whatever you say. You were right all along. I was wrong. Can we talk about how Elle Fanning is leagues above the? Who is that? Who is that? Better not be slop. What you are you telling me you've never heard her? Are you saying you have been slandering this entire time? Recreationally slandering, and you haven't heard a single song of hers? There's a lot of artists worse than Doja. Worse and Doja shouldn't be in the same sentence. Maybe, maybe not. See, I can't. I like what. I don't know what to do with you, Commissioner Luke. I don't know. You've got me. You've got my brain in a tailspin. See, I wanna attack, but then at the same time, if you don't know, it's my job to educate those on Doja University graduate, Doja alumni. You must be taught in Dojanomics to better understand the world. Luca gotta be a troll. Ain't no what. See, you know what his problem. See, this isn't about me. No, this isn't about Doja. It's not about his anger is misplaced. He's upset because Luca isn't on the Mavericks anymore. That's where that stems from. That's the base here. And somehow, some way, he thinks Doja is responsible for that. There's no. She had nothing to. If she were GM, Luca would still be there. What the hell is this? Is there something? Oh, okay. All right. I thought my screen was messed up. Stop lying to yourself. No, this is the honest truth. The truthiness truth. Big hi from Hungary. Oh, hello. Hi to you as well. Cause I would try to pronounce your name, but I might have a stroke while doing this. I've been butchering people's names in general. But I say hello from Michigan to you in Hungary. We're all team Elle Fanning. I'm gonna look whoever that is up. I may know the person, but due to anger and spite and pettiness, I may not be able to put a face to a name at the moment. Now, speaking of that guy saying big hi from Hungary, I am quite parched and hungry myself. I think I forgot. It's really too late to eat. I may just drink some water or something. But I think I will end things here. This is a new record for a stream, I think. 5 hours. It has been a blast talking to all of you. So much so that whenever I do these streams, most of the time, if the power doesn't go out, I forget how much time is. It hasn't even felt like 5 hours. So all of you make this so worthwhile. It's very much the light of my day, week, month, being able to hear it from all of you interacting and all that really makes things or makes things worthwhile, keeps me going. So I appreciate you all for tuning in. DM me on YouTube. I don't know how to do that. I know they added that feature again, but I don't know how to do that. Neck is hurting. But nice night, Commish. It's very nice chatting with you. I suppose I enjoyed your company too, Commissioner Luca, even though you were blaspheming while you were here. But thank you for tuning in. I'll see y'all on the next one. Thank you all again. Hope you all have a great night.